All right, here we go. It is Weekly Alaboom. This is the 21st of February, the year of our Lord, 2024. Tonight's sponsor is Rip It Energy Drink. You can find this at Menards if you have a Menards near you. I've never seen it anywhere else, and it's strangely tasty. I don't know why. It's like Mandarin lime, and it's like 99 cents for one of these. Even less if Menards is running its 11% rebate offer that they occasionally run. So, uh, you don't have a Menards near you, do you? They're like a Midwestern thing.
Yeah, I don't think we do. No.
Save big money. Save big money. Save big money at Menards.
Uh, they all got their slogans, I'm sure.
Yeah, they do. Um, what's up, Bear Dog? What's new?
Not much. Uh, brother's coming down this weekend. We're gonna play Axis and Allies.
Oh yeah? You gonna take
Yeah,
Axis or Allies?
I haven't decided yet. Um, I don't know what'll be easier for him to play. Yeah, I think I'm going to take the Allies just because there's more turns.
Yeah. You're gonna play the classic, the original one?
Well, Renegade's version of it, yeah. I don't know if it's the original or not. Renegade's version of it. I don't know if it's the exact rule set as the base one or not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, truth be told, the allies, you really only have two of them that you do anything really with. I
Yeah.
mean, with Russia, you buy 8 infantry and and you keep buying 8 infantry over and over and over again every round and just getting a pile of infantry on your border to hopefully prevent Germany. And Germany has to attack and succeed early, or they just will have no shot at destroying you.
Yeah. We'll see. I
No,
don't
it's
think
just,
Rich has ever played it. So
oh
we'll
yeah.
see what he does. Yeah.
Um, the one thing about that game that was always um the super technologies, spending the money to roll and see if you get lucky and roll a six, and then you get the super technologies or whatever.
That's not in this game.
It isn't. They got rid of that.
Unless it's an optional rule, which I just, a variant which I laid off of. Nah. There's something called bunker busting too, which I haven't gotten into. It's like a variant rule.
Yeah. No, I remember the this is and people that are listening can tell me if I get this wrong. So if I remember correctly, the six technologies were um uh there was one that like made everything cost one less when you got it. And that was if Russia could get that and make infantry cost two, oh my gosh, that was like the bee's knees, baby. Having infantry cost two instead of three. I mean anybody for infantry. That was one of them. Another one of them was attack submarines. Submarines attacked with a three, which made the fact that when submarines, if they came and they attacked and they were successful, they could immediately escape, which made submarines just devastating as far as like their ability to like sink your ships and take them out. There was jet engines that made your fighters defend at a five instead of defending at a three. So they became like super good to defend stuff. Um, there was uh oh um heavy bombers, which would make when you bomb somebody else to take out their money, you rolled 3d6 instead of 1d6, which was immense if you could pull that off. Um, Let me think. Which one am I forgetting? Was there a long range for the planes as
What are you
well?
talking about?
Original Axis and Allies
Oh,
had technologies,
oh, okay.
and then and if you were lucky enough to get one, they could be completely and totally
Game changing.
oh yeah, game changing. I mean, immediately. I mean, sometimes it's like, oh, Russia got a technology. What's your technology? Attack submarines. Well, they're not making into submarines.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that they really didn't. Uh, Fighters defended as a four Kabuki, but if you got jet fighters, they defended at a five, which made them ridiculously good. Um,
Yeah, this is new or different.
I can't remember which one I'm forgetting. No, we're not having any AI companion. It doesn't do any
I
good.
want to see what it does.
It just does it. It just does the thing where it just like it keeps running track of whatever we're saying.
That sounds fantastic. Why would you wouldn't want that? We could reference it and be like, "Did what we say 2 hours ago? What we predict was that? Like, how far does it go back? Like, could this be the kind of
The
thing?"
whole
Oh, I
thing,
don't know. You start up your
Do
own
we
weekly
really need
show
that
and you
for
let
this
me
show?
know.
the whole thing, the whole thing.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like that would open up so many games too. Like that would make the
Have you not
not.
played any games on the AI system yet?
I have not.
You can play full D&D simulations,
That
and
does
it.
not intrigue me at all. But that sounds amazing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure there's other games out there.
I have actually seen some people on Facebook talking about that. How they it's like a simple dungeon master kind of thing. Or are you talking about something different?
That's it.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, Kabuki was rockets. I missed rockets. That was
Rockets.
if you had an anti-aircraft gun, you could shoot a rocket, and if something was within like a range of 3, you could target their industrial complex, and you could do 1d6 damage to their money. So that was a way you could do that stuff. So many weird things in that game. Like, it's like, oh, it's like just you got to roll the rules that people forgot, constantly. Like, um you could have more than one anti-aircraft gun in a space. So if you have an industrial complex, you could have like 5 anti-aircraft guns there, and you get to roll 5 dice from the bombers. And anti-aircraft guns were cheap, and so like basically, and you, if every one you rolled, you blew up a plane, and planes are freaking expensive. So like it was a deterrent more than it was a whatchamajig or whatever. Yeah, Axis and Allies, fun little game, good times.
I want to play that one of these days.
You'll need some time.
I tried reading the rules a long time ago, and I was like, "Oh God, no, not
The
for me."
rules are hard. Yeah, the rules are rough.
Is it
Even
because the
Renegades
rules
edition.
are? Is it because they're poorly written, or is it because it's that complex of a game? I can't imagine it's that complex.
It's not complex. I think they never really updated them from like the 80s and 90s. They just like reprinted them and took out whatever they're taking out.
Oh, I love when companies do that. Right, you go to the next
It
edition, you got complaints about your rule booklet. Fuck them. I love when
it's
companies do that.
it's not a bad rule book. It's just a dense rule book.
Slog.
Yeah, and the way they split up like how actual stuff works on the back. There's no what really bothers. There's no player rate. That really bothered me about any game. There's no player rate.
Really? Like not even the Renegade one? Well, I mean, I don't know.
Nah, I
Why?
got the Renegade one. I don't know.
Why? Why would you do, Lance? Why? Why would a company do that? I understand if you're like at your maximum card number. It's like we can't add any more cards to this game. You got no more token sheet space left. But why? Why in God's name do companies do that? Like, do you know, Lance? It pisses me off whenever I don't see a player reference. I just played one tonight. I'm like, why is there no player reference? It would make this game go so much smoother. You literally
Yeah.
have cards that are just like bullshit cards. Like, oh, come check out our other games. And it's like, this could be a player reference card that everyone could use. And instead, you chose not to. I don't understand it. It drives me nuts. It's right up there with not using the back of your rule booklet properly. When I see a back of a rule booklet that's got, oh, here's the play testers, the people, it's like, no, you screwed up. You screwed the pooch. You fucked up your rule booklet. Don't put, that's my biggest pet peeve in gaming, I think. don't have a back of the rule book that doesn't do anything. Like, it's setting yourself up, I think, long term for like less people playing your game. Like, just the easier it is to play your game, especially when you get it out. It just, like, when I see the quick setup on the back or iconography or the rounds, like, there's so much you could put on the back, and it just drives me nuts when companies don't do it. And it reeks of like, I don't know, why wouldn't you? Like, what's the reason?
I don't know. You tell me.
Maybe they can't change maybe they don't have the rights to change it.
Why wouldn't you have the rights to put that? It's your rule booklet. You want to put iconography on the back.
Did
like,
they
what?
rewrite the rulebook? Is it straight reprint from like the original?
Oh, I wasn't talking Axis and Allies. Now I'm just
Oh.
talking in general.
Oh, in
pet
general?
peeve.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
pet peeve. When you waste the back of your rule booklet. When I see art on the back of your rule booklet, I immediately am like, all right, your game better run incredibly smooth, because if not, I'm gonna be annoyed at the back of your rule booklet.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, that is annoying. But with Access and Allies, you're basically taking the same, whatever, 6 phases over and over. But for new players, it's not written to introduce people to this game. It's not good at referencing stuff either. Like there's no index or something on the back saying this here, like a war book rule book would be, war game rule book. So that's my biggest problem. I could see this game dying because it's not being introduced to people because new players aren't going to sit there with that rule book and figure it out.
They got
It
big
was
stuff in the
somebody,
future though. So hopefully,
yeah, we'll see. But I still think new players to the hobby will not sit there and figure that out with that rule book. Yeah,
yep.
it's just
That's exactly what happened to me with the old rule booklet. I literally was
Hmm.
excited to play it. My buddy Jason brought it over. I remember it very vividly because my wife went off on Jason's wife at the time because she was critiquing a breast milk strategy. And she was so mad. And we tried to read the rule booklet while our wives were like bickering with each other. And we were like, God, this rule booklet is just not good
yeah.
and fun.
Just people bickering in the background, and you're just going over the
Oh,
rulebook.
both of our wives bickering about breast milk strategies, and it just progressively getting more and more tense at the table. That's such a fun night.
Uh, Now, on the other hand, I played a game which I hated the rule book, and I hate it when they do this. The Adventures of Robin Hood, where they have a tutorial game type thing. They can't just tell you what 5 rules are, and then you go from there. You got to
Yeah.
walk through this bullshit first game.
Yeah, I agree. Like, yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on how. Yeah, I agree. I'm just gonna go with that because I remember trying to remember what the hell the game was. Where yeah, we played through the first time. We're like, this game sucks. And it was like a 2 to 3 hour process, learning the game, sitting the game down. And they're like, what's in the advanced version? It was like, oh my God, this game's so much better than this other game. But nobody wanted to play the game because we all had a negative experience playing the game the first time. I
Yeah.
can't remember the name of the game. I don't remember. It was ages ago. Like tonight we were playing an old ass game. And I was like, I feel like I reviewed this game. And I did like 10.5 years ago. I was like, wow. I think that feels forever. Sure, Lance gets that from time to time. But it's like, wow.
Yeah. You just like, it's a lot. I have a grievance. Can I share a grievance?
To show.
Just one.
Well, this one was.
Does it involve a parking lot? They're the best when they
It does
involve a
not. It does
Damn.
not.
School
It does
bus.
not.
Does it involve a McDonald's?
It does not involve McDonald's.
This story
Pizza.
doesn't suck.
Any
It does not
pizza?
involve. It does not involve any food.
Does it
whatsoever.
Coffee.
Involve debate? Any debating?
It involves a bank.
Oh, that's different. Is it different? I guess we'll see.
So
Okay. Waiting. We're waiting.
okay.
Take a
So
breath.
tax season, or my wife does our taxes because she's amazing. And she said, hey, I need this tax document or that tax document or whatever. And I was like, all right, fine. And then she looked at our
Can we
our
pause for a minute?
mortgage. Yeah.
Why can't we just get a bill every year of the taxes? Like,
I
why
don't
do we have to compute our own tax? And by the way, if your number is not correct, you're told it's not correct.
Can I answer that, Scott?
I'm-
Lobbyists. Andrew Yang, my boy, who's much fallen out of favor,
I mean,
said the exact same
like-
thing. We could all do this automated. It could all be automated, and you can
Exactly.
opt in if you want
Waste
to.
time.
And it's
I mean,
because
you know-
lobbyists, big, you think Tax Hawk wants you to be able to do that? You think TurboTax wants you to be able to do that, Scott? Fuck
Welcome.
no. You're
Why
not
do
even
I
thinking.
care?
No,
Yeah.
that's so rude of you, Scott. You're not even thinking
Yeah,
about
Scott.
TurboTax. Why don't you
Yeah.
think about
I'm sure a
poor people
TurboTax employs
TurboTax?
hundreds, if not thousands of people. They would be out of a job.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but
whatever.
the
I just don't
millions of
understand
people,
it.
billions of people would benefit from over the long run, though. It's just fucking lobbyists. All right, grievance.
And people might actually pay.
Yeah.
So-
Anyway, whatever. Go ahead.
So here's my.
Lance, sorry to
Okay,
interrupt you.
No, you're okay. Don't worry about it.
You're right, though.
Okay.
Stupid.
So
No, I'm right.
I was sitting there and okay, to precurse this, the bank that when we refinanced our mortgage, now I don't even know how many years ago was ago now, but it was one of those things where we refinanced when it was low, and then we also knocked some time off our mortgage as well,
Yep.
when we refi. And one of the things when I was in there, and the banker, the guy was actually somebody that I knew from I knew him. I used to party with the guy when I was like in my late teens and early 20s.
Have some ragers with them.
Yeah, we were laughing about it, and my wife felt like she was like the odd duck in the room because me and him were just like, oh yeah, remember that time we
Oh God, got you started, huh?
yeah, we were like, so we were just having a good time. And so then but he said, hey, if you open a checking account with us, you can knock another 0.25% off of your thing. And it's like, well, why not? Right. You'll set it, and you have to set up the auto pay for the mortgage just comes out of that, whatever. So done.
I know why they do that, but whatever.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, who cares, right? Anyway.
Depends where you want to put your money.
Yeah, exactly. So whatever. Now, many years later, my bank in the last like 6 months, it got bought out by BMO Financials, or BMO as they like to be called. But it is like Bank of Montreal is they're based in Canada, but they have American branches or whatever. Doesn't matter. So they go through this big giant transition, slowly but surely, going through the things, going through the motions, getting everything transferred over. And eventually, just last week, I finally got my new BMO credit card that, to replace my previous bank. Bank of the West was the previous bank. Now, my wife is looking at the tax document. She's like, what's this $20 bad check fee on the mortgage? And I was like, what? And there's like $20, and there it is. I'm like, well, what the hell is that? And I was like, but we've never paid for it with anything other than withdrawal. It's just an automatic withdrawal.
Auto withdrawal.
I've never wrote them a check, never did anything. So I was like, well, and we saw it on President's Day, so they aren't open. And I was like, I'll call them in the morning. So I called them Tuesday morning. I was like, hey, how's it going? Just go through the whole process of like trying to get to a person, hit zero repeatedly, they're doing the whole song and dance as you're going through to the whole process of like, zero, and then like input this information, input that information, verify yourself with the automated system. And like the first thing they do is ask you the same questions that the automated system asked them.
God.
So it's like, why did I bother entering that in the first place? But it doesn't matter. So I get to the whole thing, and I just like, so, hey, I'm looking at my thing here, and there's a $20 fee on here. It says, and I want to know what that is. And this woman said to me, well, it's a bad check fee. I was like, well, I can read. I said,
You must be the best. You must be the best. I want to be like, you should just start recording these things. Like, can you just put a camera on you and just record all your interactions? I want to hear like how you present that to somebody.
So I said, well, I can read. I said,
Yes,
so,
I'm sure.
you know, and admittedly, that was probably not the right thing to say because
You
I
think?
I probably started us off on a bad note. You know, I said, well, I can read, but I don't pay this account by check. I pay with an automatic withdrawal. I don't know how I would have a bad check fee on here.
Right.
Could you please explain to me
Please indict
where
me.
yeah where that's coming from? I'd like to know.
Elucidate me. Is
Yeah,
that a word?
I'd like to know. I'd like to know why I'm being charged this fee.
Is that a word? Elucidate? I don't think it
Yeah, that's a good word.
is.
Could you elucidate the information? You know, I mean,
Is that a
so,
word
like,
though? It
yeah,
feels
it is.
it
It
feels like it
is.
is.
It
It
feels
is. It
wordy
is.
enough that people would go with it just so they don't look stupid. Oh yeah, I can
Yeah.
elucidate it.
So there's this thing, and she's like, "Well, it's because you wrote like you made a payment. You made a bad payment." I was like, "Okay, you're not listening to me." I said, "I've never had a bad payment on this account. I've had this mortgage for, you know, whatever it is, you know, 16 years or whatever it is. You know, you know, it's just that didn't happen. I was just trying to, I was like, it's an automatic withdrawal." And then she starts talking over me. She's like, well, the fee's on there because we wouldn't just put a fee on there for no reason. I was like, please don't talk over me while I'm trying to explain where I'm coming from. You talked over me. She said, no, no, I didn't. I said, now I want to know where I was not the one who talked over you. I was like, okay, fine, fine. I said, fine. I just, I was
Oh
like,
boy.
tell me where this fee originated from. And she said, and she's like, there's this like, well, this fee was assessed to you by Bank of the West. I was like, okay, fine. Why did they assess it to me? I can't tell you that. Well, why not? Well, this is Bank of the West, or this is BMO. I was like, okay, then give me somebody that can tell me where that fee came from. Well, there's nobody that can tell you where that fee came from. And I was like, let me get this straight. I
Oh,
said,
do tell.
so I said,
You don't know who you're talking to.
so I said, let me, and I was like, so there's nobody. Yeah, you should have called Bank of the West when they were still around. They could have. I was like,
Did
well,
she actually say? Oh my god!
so then I said, well, but I said, you're fine. BMO purchased Bank of the West, correct? And she said, yes. And I was like, so you now have my checking account and my mortgage account. Yes. And you're collecting interest from me on the mortgage, and you're making money off of me. So,
More than that.
and if I pay this $20 fee, that money's going to go to you. It isn't going to go to Bank of the West.
Oh, was it outstanding?
Well, and just I have
Was
no
it-
idea.
Oh, or
No,
they just didn't
because
auto deduct it? Yeah.
yeah, they didn't auto deduct it because like apparently they can't auto deduct it. I was like, why didn't you just take it then? If it like, and then you know, and then she kind of went into this explanation, and I listened to it, and I was already kind of angry, and I just said, I said, it's like if I'm going to be paying you money for a fee, and you're going to take that money, you're not going to send it to Bank of the West because you are Bank of the West. I would like to have a knowledge of why that is. And she's like, well, nobody here can tell you. Nobody has that information. And I was like, well, I don't. I said, obviously, I need to talk to somebody else at this point. Let's just go ahead and escalate the call. There's no point, sir. Nobody here is going to be able to answer that question. And I was like, okay, well then, how about you escalate me so I can talk about how poor you are at your job?
You did not say that.
Yes, I did.
Nice.
You did not.
Because
I don't believe you.
no, because we were arguing at that point. I said,
I
because,
believe it. That sounds fucking terrible.
and she's like, well, nobody's going to be able to help you. And I was like, cool. I'd like to talk to somebody else, please. So
Just
then I was
pay
on
her 20
hold.
bucks and shut the fuck up, man. I mean, that's what she said to you.
So I was on hold for like nearly 10 minutes. And
Yeah,
like,
because
and
she
I
was-
was just
Yeah, they're mad at
hoping
you.
I'd hang up, like, and just go away,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
Or explaining the situation to whoever was next up in line. And then I got to somebody, and I was just like, look, I was like, I need to know what this fee is. And she's like, well, unfortunately, because, you know, we don't have that information. I was like, well, I know for a fact that when you take over in front of the bank, you absorb all of their banking information as well. So somewhere
Don't tell me you don't know. I
Somewhere,
know things.
somebody knows where this information is. And,
Yeah.
and then
Interesting how you come across these people that don't want to take responsibility for their companies.
And I see, okay, so Girly Gamer says, "Oh, harsh,
across your
call
bow a
center
lot.
people are underpaid and treated like crap." And I will agree. I will agree. And I will put up with a lot. But I'm not even, this woman was extremely rude and was talking down to me and basically like making it sound like it was my fault, like that I should have had to, like I should have called before. Why didn't you just do it then? Then you wouldn't have this problem. I mean, she was extremely unpleasant to speak to. So I give what I get. And it's I don't so I will agree, you're the gamer, that like when you say that, because I did call service and I did handle calls. But I mean, and I'll just say this, when I did calls, if you can't just let those people slide up, roll off your back, then it's like they don't, I mean, you didn't care. I mean, when I took calls. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So I got to the person and I said, and they're like, well, you need to submit a written letter to this address for us to research it. And I was just like, no, no. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I was like, well, would you like a fax number? I was like, no, I don't want a fax number. I was like, she's like, can't you just request it for me? I mean, like, literally, the only thing this bank does is hold our mortgage that we're paying, and you make money off of me. That's all you do. I would just like, and then they're like, well, hold please. So I'm on hold again. And they came back and they're like, well, I can request an answer to this question, but you won't get an answer for, like, it was like, she said, it'll be 20 business days before you get it. Fine. Go ahead. Submit it. I'll happily wait the 20 business days for that information. And I was, and I, it was just one of those things where I was like, I'm not doing a good enough representation of it, but I did feel like I was in crazy town because I was just like, you have my accounts, you make money off of me, you make money off of like off my mortgage. It's like, and I was like, if you don't know what the fee is for, and I don't know what the fee is for, why not just waive the $20? Well, we can't waive a fee that we didn't put on your account. I was just like, but you did. No, Bank of the West did. But you're Bank of the West. I was just saying.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's just our policy. I was like, well, then your policy sucks. Because you can't tell me what it was for, but you expect me to give you $20. Yeah. And I actually did a metaphor. If I walked up to you on the street and I said, give me $20, and you said, what for? You owe it to me. Well, can you tell me what it's for? No, but you owe it to me. Hand it over.
You owed it to Paul, and
and I bought Paul. So now you owe. I didn't know what to. Well, take it up with Paul.
You should have asked Paul before I bought it.
Paul.
How long was this phone call grand total? It sounds...
I don't know. It was a good half hour plus. I was.
You have way too much time.
At that point
I would not be able to tolerate any more than 5 minutes of that. I'd be like, whatever.
Well, it's just taxes. I mean, well, yeah. I mean,
No, this was different.
Was it really just you wanted to figure out the $20, or was it just $20?
I want to know why they want
$20 is $20.
$20 is $20.
That's your words, man.
Plus, I mean, you just put it on speakerphone, just put it there. I mean, that's a good one. That's a good story. I like it.
I mean, it's not my best. It's not my best.
$20 is $20.
We did have we did have a guy come unglued on us on Kickstarter, and also in my emails back and forth to me. He called me a dummy, called me all kinds of wonderful things. Said
dummy.
I love that. That's such a good word. You're such a dummy. It's so polite now compared to other insults.
A guy who didn't sign up for to be notified for a launch, and so he didn't get his 2 free cards, and he had to pay $3 for them or $5 for them instead.
Sounds like a real dummy.
Look, you didn't sign up, and he's like, "Yeah, we'll figure it out. Give me my give me the cards." And I was like, "Well, you didn't sign up." Well, you know what, dummy? Just like,
At that point, you should have said,
And I
"Have
was
you
like-
considered a time machine?"
He
Run that
told
by
me-
Shane.
This is all email, and he said, "Well, you know what, dummy? Just figure it out and give me my free cards." And I was just like, I don't have any record of you signing up for it. I can't. It wouldn't be fair to the people that actually did sign up for us to just like give it to anybody who asked. It's like, we'll have them available on our website later. I appreciate it. And then he sent me and a copy of a purchase he made on our website from 2 years ago. And so then I responded, I was like, I don't know why you're sending me a receipt of some things that you bought that had nothing to do with this game from 2 years ago. So I don't know what that has anything to do with the free promo. And it's like, well, if you're too stupid to figure it out, then Gray Fox should fucking fire you and hire somebody who knows what they're doing.
I agree.
And I was just like, and archived. It's just like, I mean, and if at any point that guy just took a moment to explain himself, I would have just been fine. And then he went and posted on our Kickstarter page that like we didn't respond anymore after we were grifting him for $5. And Josh tried to talk sense into him, and he told Josh to, you know what, get fucked, you piece of shit.
Man, these sound like some really good promo cards, man.
Wow.
You got some bangers.
Wait, what game is this?
Well, its content is hidden now because of it was a conduct not appropriate to Kickstarter practices. But
I thought this was America Kickstarter. Hiding
if you go on Facebook and you look up Josh Lobkovich, he posted a complete transaction of his correspondence with him, and you can see everything that he said. Yeah, so
I love it. I love how entitled Kickstarter and GameFound are. It's just amazing. It's so amazing. And I feel like it has to be like impacting the hobby, and we just don't like.
Oh, it is.
Was everybody this pretentious 15 years ago, Scott?
In the hobby?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I feel like that's
The
'cause
users?
I don't
No.
like
God
it's
no.
just I think Kickstarter just this bending over backwards.
No, it's just it's everything
It's
bigger
not like
brings in more
Kickstarter.
different kinds of people, and that
Yeah.
Well, I also think just
it's catching more fish. Like we're catching more fish with all these games,
so here's my question.
different from different places. Let's say.
But I like to throw some of the fish
I don't know.
back.
Maybe
If we're not talking mass market games, Hasbro, Mattel's, hell, we can throw in Goliath in there.
they're mass market.
Are there more Kickstarter games that come out, or crowdfunded games that come out, than actual published games that come out at this point? Have we reached that tipping point yet? Do you think?
I don't
I'm
think
sure
so.
we have. I'm sure we
I don't
have.
think so. You think so?
What do you think, Lance?
Man, there's a lot of published games.
no, there's all that USA
Dude, go to
Oddly
Essen.
probably does.
Go to Essen. Not a
500
single one of those
different
is
things.
kickstarted. There's thousands.
They're called the Op, Lance. They rebranded so
Op.
you wouldn't think of them as the Golden Girls Clue Company anymore.
Fair enough, but
What?
Yeah.
Gold.
No, I
team
remember
Girl.
doing an interview and they're like, "Yeah, we went to the Op because there's a lot of connotations with USA Opoly," and I was like, "Yeah, there is, there is." I think of crappy spin-offs to mass market games.
Yeah. I think in America it has. I don't know well worldwide, but in America I think it has.
I mean, there'll always be more mass market stuff. I mean, all those. I mean,
Well, no. I wasn't mentioning mass market. I mean, just like self-published, like non-crowdfunded versus all the crowdfunding. You put all of in one basket, You take all the big mass market stuff out of the hobby games, tabletop hobby games. Which one's making more games? Is it the big publishers, or is it just people self-publishing, or is it crowdfunding?
Oh no, it's not crowdfunding. I can almost say with assuredly. Assurance.
The shortage.
Okay.
There's no way.
Well, what's the biggest game released recently that wasn't crowdfunded? I mean, Wormspan comes to my
Biggest
mind.
game. Yeah, there you go, Wormspan.
But they were I mean, they eventually were. They started from it, but yeah, that's. But aside from that,
started from crowdfunding, but they're not currently.
Oh yeah, I get that. But aside from Wormspan, like, is there another one you can think of recently that was just dropped that was really popular that wasn't crowdfunded? Like, what companies are not crowdfunded?
Popular game. Oh, many companies are not crowdfunded.
That release popular games though. Like I'm just trying. I'm stretching my brain. Like, what's the last time I heard a lot
I don't
of
think
buzz?
DeVere crowdfunds anything, do they?
Severe publishing. Yeah.
I don't know.
Do they?
I think it's,
Osprey.
I don't know if they do.
Osprey. Osprey doesn't do anything. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't know.
So here, I was thinking about this.
Days of Wonder does not crowdfund.
Yeah, what is Days of Wonder published recently?
Arc Nova was not crowdfunded. Feuerland Spiel.
Bingo. That's it. That's a yeah. Okay. Okay.
Well,
At least
okay,
I don't think it was.
but here's
No, I don't
here's the
think so.
deal. Like Spielworks or Feuerland Spiel. Now, don't quote me on this. This is just my gut. With a lot of those games, they do a very small print run to see how well it goes over, and then when it goes over well, that's when they like, okay, this is the one to put the pedal down on.
Makes sense.
So in a way, it's kind of like crowdfunding, where you just kind of hedge your
That's
bets.
called wise market testing.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's kind of the same thing, I guess, if you will. Speaking of crowdfunding, last 48 hours, Last Light, second edition. Get it now on GamePound.
By the way, oh, go ahead. Finish your thing.
No, just, I mean, as I say, back it. And if you already backed it, back it again. It is the only 4X space game you can play in an hour. There is quite literally no other game on your shelf like it. Technically, you can say that about anything, but I like saying that.
Yeah.
421 grand.
Supposedly the 7 Citadel is shipping now. I'm starting to see pictures.
Oh,
I'm starting to see talks about it. Exciting. Very excited. By the way, got a game this weekend. We played it probably about 10 hours straight.
So what was this?
Loved every minute of it.
well,
We played it Agamonia.
Oh, that one was
Agemonia. It's
yeah. I covered that one on Kickstarter. That one was really
fantastic.
cool.
It's fantastic. If you like dungeon crawls and adventure games, it is one of the best that I've
Nope,
played.
that's not the game I'm thinking of. No, actually, I've seen quite a few other people post pictures of this.
Yeah, it's great. I guess the biggest complaint is it doesn't have a lot of content, but I'm like, it has enough content for me. I'm not gonna play it more than like 5 times, and then it'll be, I'll be done with it, hopefully.
The holy grail of adventure game.
That is a great. So I saw that headline and I'm like, ooh, that's good. I like that word. Holy grail. Man, that game was good though. We started from the tutorial. We didn't do any of the video. Like, we were gonna watch a video to learn how to play it, but we're like, well, let's just play the tutorial. And that's really, I don't recommend any other way to play it other than that. Tutorial takes you right through, and it's got tons of fun. Like, the tutorial in itself is fun. We were very engaged with the tutorial from the get-go.
Looks fun.
It wasn't like, this is the same old stuff. It was really good.
Components are nice.
Yeah, I think the minis are okay. They're not like.
I was looking at the coins.
Yeah, the coins are very nice. I got the deluxe, and I got all the what do they call it? Sun drop? Is that?
Yeah,
what they ink it? Yeah, and I've seen better. I've seen better sun drops. They're okay. It's okay, but the gameplay is chef's kiss. Chef's kiss.
Does it remind you of anything else?
Descent.
That's a good thing to remind you.
Yeah, but better. I mean, Descent Second Edition. I mean, I played a lot of Descent Second Edition. No Dungeon Master needed. The game is a AI. Jeff's kiss. Kabuki Kid. It's great. I mean, I want to play it now. Like, I want to get back to it. Like, we played the first 2 missions, and then we stopped the third one halfway through, ate dinner, and then came back to the third. I thought we'd maybe get into the meat of the game. It's 3 tutorial missions, but the third mission took us a while to figure it out, to actually like beat it, and man, it was satisfying. I haven't played a game like that in a while, especially a dungeon crawl.
Like, it's on my radar.
I like Frosthaven, Gloomhaven, all that stuff, but man, some of those single scenario things take a long time, and it's a lot of combat.
What's the downtime between turns on it? That's what killed Gloomhaven for my group.
Quick, maybe
Oh,
a
that's
minute.
nice.
Not even. I mean, so it slows down as you get more complexity, right? But man, I was taking my turns really quickly.
Not much analysis
Yep.
paralysis.
No,
I like that.
but it was really. I mean, it's a really good looking game. You play in a map book, and the map book has all the stuff printed on it. You don't have to reassemble the map. It's not pieces of maps, right? It's just you're in. I think I had probably a few complaints. There was a couple bits that we weren't sure how they worked, but we just kind of went with it. We were sort of looking for explanations online.
Oh, I hate that. When it's like, I
But
think
it's
we're
not-
playing this right.
But I think we kind of, I forget what I wish I remembered. It slowed us down a little bit. Anytime we have to like look through a rule book and find stuff, it kind of dings it. Like I don't like that.
Yeah.
But it was mostly really, really smooth.
Fantastic.
Anyway, Egamonia. Good luck finding it. It's crowdfunded.
Yep.
It's a lot of Polite, which is I thought wasn't a lot of Polite bought out by Asmodee. I thought they were. But this might not be. I don't know. This doesn't feel like an Asmodee game.
If it's as good as you say it
And
will, we'll
it's a-
see a
it's a
second
kickst-
edition soon.
It's a Kickstarter game.
Yeah.
Oh no, this
I
game.
have heard rumblings that Asmodee is looking to the conglomerate that owns Asmodee is looking for buyers.
Wasn't
Oh.
it? Yeah, I think we talked about this like years and years and years ago, speculating about that's exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to like pool up all this and then sell it to somebody bigger. I feel like we
I
had this
mean,
talk a
You're
long
talking
while ago.
about
That
you're talking about the Embracer Group.
Yeah, like
I mean, that's like $1 billion company. Who's going to buy that?
no,
Multi-billion.
not the Embracer Group. They want to cut the Asmodee cookie out and sell it off to somebody
Oh.
else.
Where'd you hear that from? Actually,
Actually,
don't say anything, Lance. Do not get in trouble here. Don't breach any.
post in the chat,
Probably
please.
just stop talking.
I've heard little birds.
You
I've
should
heard
stop
little
talking.
birds.
Lance, can you
Tweeting.
post in the chat? I think I'd be interested in buying.
I don't think they want your
Wasn't it
NFTs.
2.2 billion? It was 2.2 billion, right? Wasn't that the purchase price?
I don't remember.
I can do 2.200.
Who wants to marry a hundredaire?
I feel like 2.2 billion was the number, but I don't know if I'm correct. I forgot. By the way, when they were acquired, they did a press conference. Like it was like a 6-hour thing. I watched every minute of it. There was so much good information in there, and I actually took notes and screen captured all of it. There was so much information that had never been released about Asmodee before.
Really? That sounds
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
6 hours seems like a long time for a press conference, though.
Well, it was like a bunch of different parts of Asmodee, right? It was like,
Yeah, it makes
it was
sense.
on 6 hours. I'm probably imagining that it might still be out there. Let me see if it's still out there.
Yeah, I'd be interested in
I mean,
that.
they're very transparent.
So where were you going with this, Lance?
Nothing. I mean,
You
it's
should-
like
Well, what would be the ramifications of the industry for
one
that?
of the things, well, nothing really. I mean, but one of the things about, well, I guess it really depend on like who bought them. I mean,
Yeah, I was going to say, because I imagine if someone's buying that
I
big of a
think-
cookie, they're going to want that cookie to be
It's
front
still
and
out there.
center.
2.5 hours.
No.
I watched every minute of it.
So
I
here's
don't know.
You post a link.
I'll put the link in the chat. It was very interesting.
What was the other thing that I recently heard about in the oil industry? I felt bad. We wanted to increase the size of our booth at Origins, and I must have tried to get a hold of somebody at Gamma for like 2 weeks, and I finally had to like post something onto their Facebook group. So I think I got an employee in trouble. I felt bad about the fact that like basically it's like, hey, for 2 weeks we wanted to give you guys more money. I didn't say it like that. I said, hey, been trying to see if we could increase the size of our booth at Gray Fox. Haven't got a response, and I realize that booth picks are coming up here at the end of the month. I just want to make sure that we get our. And then immediately, somebody was like, "Oh, we'll take care of that for you." just, and of course they said, go ahead and email us, and I emailed them, and I'm still waiting for them to get back to me. So it's just like, it's so weird when it's like all you want to do is like, it's like when you want to give somebody money and they make it tough for you to do. I've never
Like
understood.
Kickstarter,
Well, what do you mean by that?
pledge managers, blah blah blah. Yeah,
No, I mean that's not wrong. I mean, pledge
yeah, it
managers,
is.
because
I
no,
give you
no,
money, you give me
they
game.
already
I don't
got
have
your
to
money.
fill
They
out
are they when you
30
get to a pledge
different
manager,
paperwork.
they've already got your money though. They've already. It isn't tough to get your money. It's actually, I mean, you could try to say that they're trying to do some shenanigans. I mean, I'll accept
Yeah,
that, but when you do a pledge manager, they've already collected your money. That's when you have the pledge manager, you give them the credits for the money that you collected from them in Kickstarter. You're like, oh, you gave me $60 through Kickstarter, so here's a $60 credit in our pledge manager, and you can use that non-existent money to purchase the game that you wish, or you can forget to do it entirely if your name is Scott Alden, and then years later you can get nothing for
Nothing like it.
yeah.
you can
So
get
same
nothing.
basis. It's the same fucking thing, Lance. Yeah.
No, it isn't, Barry. It
Yes,
isn't.
it
You're,
is.
no, it isn't. It's because you're saying that like it's hard to get people to give you money. No, by
All right.
going to
Well, it's the
Kickstarter and
same
clicking the
thing in
button,
reverse.
you
It's the
get the
same thing
money.
in reverse. Now I'm having a hard time getting my product that I
Okay,
gave you
well
money
that's
for.
that's a completely different thing.
Yeah, you're right. That is different,
You
but
know,
similar.
I mean, I will fully agree that pledge managers are,
Yeah, you use them.
well, of course we do. It makes us money. I mean, it's just. I mean, if after we get done, I can say, "Oh, hey, by the way, did you want a bunch of want a lot of cool new stuff as well?" I was thinking about games the other day, and I was thinking about like, then I started thinking about when I worked at I was thinking about when I worked at uh
TMG.
EMG,
Boom.
and
Best
then I
Tony's
was,
ever.
yeah, and I remember like
2.75 billion, by the way. That was the number I was trying to remember. There
That's
you go.
all.
Sorry.
no Chimera Station.
Fun money.
I remember when we launched, and I could draw a distinct parallel between. So that was a game that um everybody was like super high on this Chimera Station game, because it was like, oh, it's a worker placement game,
Legos.
but like you get to give your
Yeah, but it
workers little
it
powers
just
and
looked
abilities.
goofy to me.
Well, that's
Like
just
it just the
it.
goofy, cartoony squids or
Yeah.
whatever, octopus
Yeah.
things. Like
Okay,
it just kind of
but okay,
brought it down. Like if it was more serious, I would have been like, oh yeah.
So here's the deal. So before that, that was like one of those things where before Chimera Station, we had done and this is when, like, so when I was working there or whatever, like I came in right after Orleans. So all right. So then like Scoville Labs. And then the one thing is that the Kings of Steam World's Fair expansion, it like the funding was unsuccessful. So it was like, oh my gosh, what happened there? That's the and then they never did it. But then they did a small box game, like nearly 7,000 backers for a Thieves Market, which is a pretty fun little game, but
I still
whatever.
got that one. It's a good one.
Yeah. And then like 142 grand for Coliseum. And then Yokohama, like all of a sudden, boom, like 400, like nearly $500,000, like crushed it. And then everybody was like, we were like, yeah, we were like flying high, just like nothing we can do. Get wrong. And then Chimera Station came out and we made 88 grand. It was just kind of like
the artwork was not
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
and if,
Ooh,
I mean,
I'm
you
gonna
guys
check out the
didn't
Kickstarter now.
you guys didn't do enough Stefan Feld promotion. I mean, it was just
Wait, that was a Feld game?
no,
Wasn't
it was
it?
a Mark Majors.
I was gonna
oh,
say-
I thought it was
Yeah.
Stefan Feld.
I was
Why
gonna
did I
say
think it
you
was
need to
Stefan
slap
Nah,
Feld?
it
your
wasn't good
hand if
enough
that
for
was a
Stefan
Feld.
Feld.
Yeah, I still have this. I still enjoy it. I wish there was an expansion.
Did you guys do a Stefan Feld game?
We did Luna,
Oh yeah, you shouldn't have printed that.
Yeah.
and Luna
I-
went over.
That was non. it's too confusing. I watched people play it at BGG Con. They were so confused about how to play it. I was just like, this doesn't seem like the standard Stefan Feld game. I'm actually kind of curious to play it. I literally remember, Ace. You know who Ace is,
I
right?
know Aces, yeah.
He's like talking to another person at the table. I am literally having no fun here. Like something like he goes, I can't imagine how I can make this game be fun at all. I was like, oh, that's harsh. Luna. I mean, it looked great.
It did look great.
I feel like 500 copies of Luna would have satisfied the entire demand. Would you print like 5,000?
I don't know. I honestly don't remember.
What was your
anymore.
standard print run? Do you know? 3,000?
Yeah, I mean 3,000 less. We need
Still
to do
probably
more.
2,000 too many.
I do remember. I'm looking at the Emperor's Favor.
Did that ever ship?
No, it
Was
never.
that the one with the
It never
dragon
got
on it?
made.
Any refunds?
Supposedly.
I don't think I ever got a refund.
Supposedly,
not remembering.
Michael said that he was going to refund everybody, and then I don't know if it ever came true.
I don't recall any refund being sent my way.
I think there was a bit of there was like some hoops you had to jump through to make it happen, but
I probably didn't jump through the hoops.
Lance,
you probably didn't.
Probably
Again.
where are the games for the Brazilian backers for Chimera Station? Someone 6 years ago asked. Can you get Michael to pop in there?
I'll get on that, and I will.
Can you get on that?
I'll go look.
Does Tasty Minstrel Games still exist as an entity?
No.
Like, is it okay? Completely shut down.
I mean, I think in like a fever dream, Seth and Michael might talk every once in a while and discuss the possibility of what if we did this kind of thing. But I think that there's almost no way. So many bridges were burned. I mean, this is just supposition on my part.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't know.
Allegedly, some bridges were burned.
Well, I mean, just with people.
Allegedly.
I mean, if Michael came back and said, "Hey, I got a new game I want to sell," there's enough people out there that are like, "Yeah, where's my money?" or "Where's my game?"
Yeah.
You know that
You got
like
to do the game salute thing. You got to rebrand.
You got to come
be
back
like,
as a
oh,
different.
we got a new name.
I think there's been some
well, yeah, but it
people who
would
have
take
pulled that
5
off
seconds to realize who it was, right?
in the industry.
But so few people would care. It'd be crushed on the Kickstarter. It'd be a minority because it's just new people. Like, who the fuck remembers Tasty
Nah.
Minstrel Games now?
As soon as one of them found out about the past, they'd be all over the place.
The internet never forgets.
Never
I don't know.
forgets.
I mean, Tabletop Tycoon looks like they're doing pretty solid. When's the last time you heard somebody bitching about Game Salute? I mean,
When was the last time you heard about them coming out with a game?
aren't they still milking Everdale?
Well, I mean, maybe, but I mean, I can't remember the last time Tabletop Tycoon had a.
That's a good point. Maybe they rebranded something else. Everdale Far Shore. Yeah, it was a big deal last year.
Yeah, I guess.
I remember a whole bunch of people talking about it. Everdale. Yeah, it just looks like Everdale. It's all Everdale.
It's all.
Oh, they did
Everdell.
Set a Watch. Set a Watch was good. Well, Set a Watch was
There
popular.
you
Never
go.
played it.
Good game. I like that
That's
game.
every company now, for us.
Alien Frontiers Edition X. Man. All right, fair enough. Everdale. That's the big one they released recently. I just want an Orleans dice game. Come back with that. Tell Michael to mend those fences.
You don't need Michael for that. Or loans.
Oh, that's already been picked up by Renegade.
Yeah.
I know. Well, but make a dice version. Wait, Renegade Games
Or
is
no.
Orleans now?
No, it's not Renegade.
It's the Arc Nova guys, right? Capstone.
Yeah, Capstone.
Good for them. I like Capstone games. They got some good stuff.
I actually seen Gold West had a second edition. I'm surprised.
Got that rolling right from TMG?
No, it wasn't a rolling right. It was like a order placement kind of. Sort of. Yeah.
Oh, Rolled West was a reimplementation of
Gold.
Gold West.
Gold
Gotcha.
West is. I mean, it is phenomenal how good like
Yeah, it was a good
Gold
game.
West represents Gold West. I mean, if you don't really like Gold West, then what's the point? But I mean, if you like go ahead and look at it's astounding, like how good they like that game as far as the dice game went.
Which game?
Represented. Rolled West as far
Rolled
as
West.
yeah.
I've never played that one.
Well, I mean, so you know what video game I've been playing a lot of recently, and I
Oh.
saw you sent me that new one. You can tell me about it here in a second.
That game it's awesome. It's
But you
good.
you just give me a second.
Okay.
It was on sale, and I bought the new like reworked, redone version of Wizardry 1 for like you remember playing Wizardry on the old Apple II?
No, I never played it. Never played it.
So it was pretty amazing. So it was like I don't know.
For 1980.
Yeah, like the 1980 original Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord or whatever it was called.
There was a wizardry I liked, but I don't remember. It was like on the
Well, they
Amiga.
had like 9 of them or whatever. So
Yeah, it's one of those I played and liked it.
So Wizardry 1, I played. I remember hunched over an Apple computer, like
Gosh, that was
being
so
so
good.
mad that because I had a Commodore, and my my friends all like a lot of my friends had Apples, and so they were like, oh yeah, it's like one of those things where they have it and they can play whenever they want, so they don't really care. And I'm like, I want to play, and I want to make characters, and I want to, and I was always just so jealous of them, if you're doing it. And like, I mean, I remember like trying to sneak it into like the computer labs in my junior high to play games and like
Yeah.
getting caught, and then they get mad at you and you'd be like, and they'd confiscate your discs or whatever and give them to you at the end of the day and things
Confiscating
like
your discs.
that. Yeah, I know. Isn't that it was freaking, I didn't realize this was Nazi Germany.
You got some contraband and floppy disks.
Yeah.
What kind of games you got in here, boy?
But anyway,
were they pirated? Were like copies of stuff?
oh yeah, they were totally pirated. We pirated everything back then. Remember like you took a
Don't copy that floppy, man.
remember the whole thing with double-sided discs? It was like all it was the notch. All you had to do was like
Right, well,
take a punch thing out and just punch
They
it.
didn't verify that it was good media though on the other side of the disc. So yeah, you were taking a risk there. But
Yeah,
I don't think I ever had a failed disc by making it double-sided.
No, I can remember in my old PC gamers they sold the like the little the actual official punch where you slid it in.
Oh,
and
so it would get it in the right spot.
get in the exact.
I think I
right
just used hole
spot.
punches.
I did too, but I remember like I had a buddy who had like his dad had sent away for the.
Do you remember Sneakers?
The movie?
Apple game Sneakers.
Yes, I do.
You remember that? That
Yeah,
was
I
like
do.
one of the first games I remember playing. I mean, like, oh my god, this is amazing, so good.
But I remember, so I booted it up and I started playing, and
Sneakers the movie is good too.
It is a port to it is a total port to the PC now. And oh my gosh, it's like I mean, like as soon as I got in, it's like I was like click 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 click. Okay, I know the stairs down are right over here. Like my brain still had
Yeah, isn't
the
that funny? Yeah, that's funny how that works.
just had I mean, it reminded me of how like I played so much Team Fortress 2 on Doom when they had like the Doom wad, and you'd
Wait,
it was
what?
That map comes back
or
to you.
Quake mod, and then
It's
like
like
I remember.
it's like a modification.
Well, yeah.
Wait,
so-
explain.
so
What? Team Fortress
So,
2 Doom mod?
Team Fortress 2? Sorry, was Quake, not Doom.
Either way,
Team
Quake
Fortress
mod.
2 was a Quake mod that like somebody made, and I played it constantly. And we just constantly like and it was obviously it was like the Quake people, so it wasn't really it was tough to. I played played a heavy or the flamer or whatever, flamethrower guy, but whatever. And then when they actually came out with Team Fortress 2 on Valve, like I started playing it and I was just like, and I hadn't played it in years, but I knew the map. I knew how to like, oh, this is the bridge, and I'm running across the bridge, and if I want to go down all these tunnels to get and find to get the intelligence or whatever, basically the flag that you have to run back. But it was kind of like the same thing where I was all of a sudden playing wizardry and I knew, okay, I got to go over here to get the bronze key. I got to go over here to get the silver key. Like I've been just like those pathways in my brain were still there, and it came back to me immediately. It was pretty cool. I'll play it until I beat it. It's kind of fun. I already had one of my parties get killed, so I just started another one. It's kind of fun. It's just like oh, I went too far without like turning back and heading back, and I ran into a group of the gas clouds that can put your entire party to sleep, and then they just kill you slowly but surely. Yeah, it was annoying, but I was also like, oh man, that happened to me constantly back then. So yeah, it was I'm excited. What's this crazy ass game that you looks like poker,
it's a
but
roguelike. It's a poker roguelike.
Oh, that sounds good.
Light. Balatro. Balatro. It's so good. You're basically making poker hands to beat a number. It's called the blinds. You have to beat the blinds. And they're basically bosses. Like you have a couple pre-fights, and then you have to fight the boss. And the boss like will mess up your deck. Your play. Like they'll say all your diamonds are debuffed. So if you're buffing cards, so you basically play the game, you're buffing your cards up, you're making them stronger, you're making like wild, or they have multipliers or all kinds of little abilities and stuff. There's like a bunch. I haven't really unlocked all the stuff yet, but I've just started digging into it, and it's like super addictive, fun, making poker hands to get money to beat the blinds. And you're doing runs, right? And you're basically trying to get through as many bosses as you can before the money starts getting really high as far as numbers. Like you start off with like $300 and then it gets up to like, I think it was the last I lost. I was trying to hit 70,000 and I couldn't beat it. And that was like the best run I had on level 7 or something like that. And there's more levels than 7 or 8.
Hey, didn't you tell me that like you got a refund on your game, like you played it and you didn't like it, so you just refund it?
Yeah, Steam has a full refund system now that you play a game for like less than 90 minutes, they'll give you get your money back.
So how do you do that?
You have to go through the help system. You hit the help button. And, yeah, any reason. Now, I usually give a reason. Like, didn't like the game, it wasn't what I thought it would be. There's all kinds of things.
Help, and then what do I do?
Wow, that feels abusable. That feels so
Share your
abusable.
screen. I'll have to talk you through it. I don't know.
Steam support.
Well, you can't play for more than an hour or whatever it is.
Well, the video game series that I was putting YouTube shorts out for a while, there actually some of them were doing pretty good and getting traction with 1 hour reviews. And I was just reviewing stuff on Game Pass because it was free and stuff I could get copies of.
You could probably just get free stuff anyway because you can sign up for their reviewer program and you might be able to get free games.
But with this system, I could quite literally play the hottest games, like the hottest.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I've only refunded like 3 or 4 games that I've bought.
Okay, Scott. I
bought the new Hearts of Iron or whatever it was called. The something from that company.
Is that the Japanime deck builder?
No.
Oh.
No,
it's Hearts of Crown is great.
Hearts of Iron. It was something I bought and I thought I would like it and I didn't like it at all and I refunded it.
Okay.
No,
there's many games I just played. Like, you done?
Yep, and just said I played 41 minutes of a game, and I just said
which game?
So I'm always searching for a new Brotato or a new
Brotato, yeah, that's
Bone
great.
Razor Minions or a new Vampire Survivors. Good. I'm always searching for another one of those, just a mindless game. And somebody said, "Oh, Buggos is like it. This is a game called Buggos, Buggos, and I started playing it, and it is not like it. I mean,
there you go, done, refund.
Yeah, and I was just like,
I mean, it's a good system because, how much was the game? Like 99 cents, or was it more than?
Oh, it was like $9.99.
Okay, so that's more money than. Yeah.
So I was just like, "Give me my money back," and they were like, and so it just said, "Oh, your refund is pending," but I'm assuming.
Yeah, you'll get it. Comes back in credit. You're not getting your card. You're not getting the money back.
Yeah, I asked him.
You're getting credit there, Forrest. You're getting credit.
I asked.
I can reuse credit
my card. I had the option to say refund.
Oh, okay. Sometimes you can, and I usually just get credit because I'm not gonna.
I got a video game. I got a video game to talk about. I'm excited about it.
Please.
Well,
do.
I'm excited to play this poker.
Can I
game.
run you
That
through
does
it real
sound
quick?
fun.
Can I run you? Can I give you like a minute overview and show you on screen?
Well,
I feel like
yeah,
I have.
just
I
share
want to
your
do it. I want to
screen,
do
share your
a
screen.
full.
Do it. Do it.
That's great. All right. Let me
I'll save mine till
let
after
me start
that.
a new thing.
I love poker though, so this sounds very
It's
intriguing.
really good. Okay, you disable screen sharing.
Have you
Oh.
played King of Tokyo Origins? Anybody? By anybody, I mean Scott.
I mean, I played King of Tokyo.
Let's be honest. Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, King
It's not
of
different.
Tokyo Origins is number 2 on the hotness, and I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I know it's not. It's not different though. It's basically the same game.
What?
I didn't think it was out yet.
Yeah, it's out.
It's just new
Martin did a-
monsters.
Eric Martin did a review. It's basically. I mean, I looked at his review.
Oh,
It was the same game.
well, but it's new monsters. Do they come with power
Oh,
up
it's
cards?
new monster, sure, but it's basically the same game.
My question is, can now I go up to 10 player? Like, does it bump up the player count?
Let me know when you guys can see the screen.
Say it.
I can see the screen.
Okay, let me do a new. Okay, so I've unlocked a couple decks here. I'll unlock the blue deck, which gives me +1 hand every round, so I can play an extra hand every round. Okay, here we go. Okay, so these are the mini bosses: small blind, big blind, and the club. So the club basically what it says all club cards will be debuffed, right? So I have to get to that boss and knowing that all my club cards will be debuffed. Nothing much I can do about it early. I can skip this blind and get money. It says doubles your money, which basically is kind of dumb. Usually you want to play to build up money. There's my hand. I have to play at least to get $300 worth. Looks like I've got.
Why can't I only see this new run? It hasn't switched on.
Yeah, that's all. That's all I'm
it's
getting
not-
to it. I see your mouse moving though.
Is
Yeah.
it? It's not.
That's weird.
Do I have to stop share and share it again? Maybe.
Oh, look at zip.
We gotta do a
my
frame by
God, I
frame,
gotta stop
Scott.
picking at it. I gotta stop picking at it. I want to pick at it so much.
What is it?
Pop it, baby.
Zit.
Oh,
Pop
I mean,
it.
Yeah.
screen.
Okay, yeah, we see it. Ace,
Yes.
Jack, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Right. So I could.
Get straight.
I can. Where's the straight?
Ace 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, that's true. Okay, well, let's do that.
Why don't I go for? Wait, what? No, it's only 3 spades. Never mind.
So basically, by playing a straight, I'll get $30 times, and it's a multiplier. The hands have multipliers, so better hands make more money, right? So there's the straight, right?
That's known as the wheel.
Oh, I have the high and the low.
I call it a baby
So
straight.
I play the so I'm playing it. I get my points. It's adding
For
them
some
up.
reason, it doesn't. Switch
Yeah, I'm not
screens for
saying.
us.
I heard the. I love that
Oh,
sound.
it's
It's a very
just-
satisfying sound.
It's not it's not,
yeah.
not updating anymore.
Do it
No.
You
again.
gotta do it frame by frame, Scott.
Yeah, frame by frame.
I wonder if it's something to do. Let me hold
Yeah,
on,
that's weird.
Let me
Well, he
let me
figures that out. I'll talk about my game. How about that?
if I can make it work.
Yeah. So
I'll
I
set
gotta
it
say,
a window.
anybody needs to hear it. Apex Legends season 20 is the best season ever of it. Like they totally just they unlocked perks, which makes it almost so now every like you can yeah, it's crazy. It's amazing. So essentially when you level up your armor, you can now get a special ability for your character that you choose. And it's nuts. It breathes new life into the game. Worth
Is-
checking out if you left Apex Legends.
You see anything here happening?
Yes, it's moving. There we go.
Okay, so now I got 220 out of that play. I have 4 hands to make $220
Got you
with-
fair.
3 discards. So I
Now,
got
do you keep the cards that you don't spend? It looks like because you still got that 10
Yeah.
Jack Queen. Ah,
Yeah.
so you're setting yourself up for a straight. So you can set yourself up for a bigger hand.
yeah, you can set it. You can try to work
Oh.
bigger hands.
That sounds.
And
fun.
there's a
What's the name
ton of-
this?
Balatro, Balatro. Okay, so I beat the small blind. So I get some money. Cash out, get my $6. Okay, now this is the cool part. Upgrading there are 120 jokers in the game. So you buy these jokers, like this one will say, what does that say?
Go up
Go
to
up
20.
to, I can so basically I can start going into debt. This is a joker card. So I can only hold 5 jokers and 2 I forget what they're called, but there's a name for them. I can buy booster packs. tarot cards. So I'll buy a tarot card here.
Oh, I
So
love the
of
sound.
the three, I can pick one. So I can basically turn one of these cards into what they call a lucky card. I can change
Oh, that's cool.
I can change three cards into hearts. I can make one into I'll make a wild card. So I'll make the jack a wild card. So now the jack is wild.
Any reason you chose the jack over the 3?
Yeah, I don't know. Just kind of felt like it.
Okay.
So this is a way to upgrade your hands. So this will level up a flush. So if I play a flush, I will get more money and multipliers out of it. So I'll just buy that. And I can use that right now if I want.
I'm sold on this. This looks
And
awesome.
I can go into $20 in debt. I'm going to spend it all.
How do you go into first buying stuff?
This Joker card
Oh.
gave me that power. So I can buy another pack. Let's do that.
So you're essentially setting yourself up for the next
Mission.
mission.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Enhances 2 cards to be bonus cards. I can make a glass card. So I'll say the 2 of clubs is a glass card.
What's a glass card?
So the glass cards give you like extra money if they get played, but they have a 1 in 4 chance of breaking.
Oh.
Yeah. How can I do this? Oh, is it 2?
I want this on my phone.
I know. I kind of want it on an app as well. Oh, here we go. Let me know too.
Back in my day, we didn't.
So
need
see how it's got a cool effect, like it looks like glass. Okay. I can spend $5 and get more. So here's another Joker. So there, you only score the cards that play a hand. So this will break that rule. It says every played card will count in scoring. So I'll buy it. Joker. And then I can create a random Joker. So I'll buy and use that. So 3 Jokers now. And you can sell these.
And this, you said this is Vampire Survivor style, where if you lose, like all this is life,
yeah,
you just restart.
If I don't hit the money, I lose, and you have to start over.
Oh, cool.
It's a roguelike, yeah. So you're basically unlocking stuff. Okay, here we go. New round. I need $450. What do I got here? Do I have a flush?
A pair of 6s.
I do not have a flush. I do have a flush.
1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. I like how they made the clubs green. It's a nice little way to help you out there.
Yeah, they're. So I've got 80. So that was a good card.
Yeah.
Good $900. So I beat it in one hand. All right, it gets harder. I mean, this is just like warming up.
You're just warming up, baby.
I'm just warming up. Okay, I get another Joker. Plus 12 if a multiplier if I make a straight, so I'll buy that. And then I can get one more Joker. I can buy this. I'll just buy that one. I don't want that one. The Joker contains 0.5 multiplier for each card sold. Resets when the boss blind is defeated. Okay.
Was there a tutorial for this, or did it just throw?
Yeah. It throws you. It gives you a full tutorial. I'm actually just playing the regular game.
I was just curious.
All right, so here's the boss. All the club cards are debuffed, meaning they won't score. They won't give any points. You can use them in hands, but they don't give you points, like money. See how they... So I'll kind of show how that works. What do I have?
Pair of aces?
Right. I guess I have a pair of aces.
Yeah.
Right, I'll play the pair of aces.
Kind of like video poker in a way.
Kind of.
I want this, but I want it to be attached to gambling. I want to sit here and gamble. Like this in a casino. I would play this not as this seems.
So I'll show you how this works. It's since it's debuffed, it won't.
Oh, you got it straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, it just doesn't give you any points. It counts the hand for the multiplier, but it will not give you any points out of it. All right,
That's cool.
1,000. Okay, I beat it. All right, I'll do one more.
Okay.
So proud of you.
I need to get back to work, but I'm
Well,
totally
it's the first
this.
level. I mean, it's the first level.
But this is cool. Like this is such an interesting spin on
it's
genre.
very well done. Yeah, it's really cool.
The
So I'll buy
lights,
this.
sounds.
I'll buy that one. Gives me like a power to use the. So my flushes are now better. Now you need like $70,000 to beat the higher bosses, even more than I've not seen them all. Or I'll buy this one. So this one do that. Gives me a different kind of card. This will add the card to a deck. I can pick one of these. So this card is just a regular 10 of spades. This is a 4 spades with, it'll re-trigger twice. So when you score it, it'll go twice. It's also foil. So I mean, that means it'll give you 50 chips if you use it in a hand. This one is gold and holographic. So it gives a huge multiplier. I feel like that's the one to buy. And then the gold one will give you more money when you play it. And then this one will only give you 50 chips to add to your score. But it doesn't have any suit or rank. But this is the one. There we go. That's in the deck.
That's the one.
That's the one. All right, here we go. Let's see what we can do. Okay, that's a good deal. 2 pair. $116. Hey, there's the ace.
There it is.
So it's got a 10-time multiplier. Unfortunately, I don't have anything that makes the ace work. I'll play this 3 of a kind. Now you can discard cards too. I'll do that to try to get better. That looks like I'm gonna beat this. Yeah, I beat it.
Yeah.
Honestly, the first couple levels are pretty easy. It's like I would say the second or the third level, it actually starts getting hard. Unless you really just have bad luck and draw nothing. Here,
Okay, how long does a run generally take?
I think it took about 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Okay, so around about Vampires
I mean,
of Forever time almost.
you saw how long one hand took, right?
Yeah.
So I'll try to see. So what I can do here, I'll show you how the discarding works. I can basically try to get like a full house or something. So you discard, and then you have a few. You have X discards per level, 3. So then you can kind of like, there we go. So I got some. Hey, I got 3 pairs. The sound in the presentation is really nice. The effects and here, I'll try to get better.
Makes you feel good when you have something good happen.
Yeah, there's the glass card. So remember it says 1 in 4 chance to destroy it. So it gives you an extra multiplier and extra chips, but it doesn't last. It feels like it sort of gives you good hands too. I'm not sure what if it's like if it plays a little lucky. I mean, the deck does. It's the same deck. Like it never resets, right? You have to play the whole deck through.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Let's see. I might not actually get there. Let me discard some cards. I'll discard those. That'll do the chart. Okay, so I got the 2s, queens. Oh, let's do the aces. Multiply. See if that breaks. Didn't break. There we go. Might be another round. So it's one you just keep going. You keep upgrading the deck. You keep getting powers. You can sell the jokers if they become like less useful for you. And there's 120 of them in the game. It's so cool. Like there's a ton of content here. And I love opening packs, right? I mean, who doesn't love that?
Because you never know.
And you keep upgrading your powers. Like, you know, if I play a pair, it's better. It goes to level 2. Oh yeah, there's another joker. So this will give you 100 chips, but every time you play a hand, it gets less. So it's sort of like it'll drain out eventually. So I could sell this one and then buy this one to replace it. So you can kind of evolve your deck to get different stuff. And then you have these things called vouchers, which are just powers that last for the whole run.
Okay.
Cool, right? All right, here's another boss. So I can't discard any cards here. I have 0 discards, which is bad. That's a tough one. It's probably gonna lose this. So I just have to play what I get dealt. I'll play player queens. Luckily, this Joker will give me a lot of chips for every time I play. I remember I upgraded the pair to level 2, so I'm getting more points out of it.
Gotcha.
Okay, so this is not good. So I could just play this card, like, you know, you can play all 5 cards if you want to get them out of your hand, and you only score the best part of that hand, right?
Right.
But it will reset all the cards, right? So I can basically just scores the one card, but all those cards are going to be discarded. Okay, I beat it. There you go.
You're just crushing it.
I'm crushing it. By me playing it right now, I just want to keep playing it because it's pretty
It
satisfying.
looks addictive.
It's pretty satisfying.
Well, thank you for the recommendation.
Balatro. I don't know how to pronounce it.
And Lance, thank you for bringing up Chimera Station. I'm playing that next week. I want to get that one back to the table. I really dug that one.
It's
So-
basically
It's all right.
initials and
It's 1190 on Board Game Geek too. That's
Who's-
damn good. That's up there with the game. It's up there with
1190?
diamonds.
Yeah.
That's up there with Animal Upon Animal. I mean, that's some damn good air there. Coconuts.
They're all a decade old.
Well, no, but I mean, it's just those are other games that are well beloved. Like I was gonna say, I remember loving the snot out of that game when it came out. And popping together all those little mini pieces. I was so excited for expansions in the future. That would just be like little more mini pieces and like abilities you could do. I thought that one was a solid. I miss Tasty Mitchell games, not just because they like sponsor me. Like I missed a lot of their games. I think Michael had a really good eye for games a lot of the time. At least the bigger box games. I don't know about the smaller ones as much. Or whoever was picking them. Was that who was doing most of the picking there? Or was it a collaboration?
It was mostly Andy and Seth, and then Michael had final say.
That does not surprise me that Seth would have a good eye for games.
Well, he did pass on some pretty good ones.
Oh, I'm curious. What was passed on by Taster Minstrel Games? That's a fun one. That feels like a goddamn YouTube short, Lance.
There's no reason to rub it in.
Well, it's not rubbing it in. I think it's just fascinating to know. Like, I mean, because you hear about it with like movie stars all the time. Like, oh yeah, they were turned down for this role. They were turned down for, this person turned down this role. It's just a fun little thing.
Yeah. Tom Selleck was in the
Fun
Indiana
little
Jones.
thing.
But I understand if it's this company business. I just
What
think it's
company?
well, I mean,
That's
that was good. That was it. Okay, say no more. I've never thought about it before. Yeah, like how many publishers are like it's all of them. Every publisher I imagine turns down like one of those is like, damn, I wish we would have got that one. Like just
Probably so.
Lance, since you have been involved as a board game person with different companies, how many games would you guess turned out to be maybe not evergreens, but damn fine hits that the company you work for, just overall your time in the hobby, turned down? How often do you think that happened?
Say that again.
So between all your times with different companies, so that way it's all generic. It's one big lumped up number. Your time in the board game hobby, when you were working for a company, how many times do you think the company you were working for, altogether once again, turned down a game that you know of that ended up being a pretty damn big hit? Maybe not an evergreen, but like a big hit. I'm just curious. How often does that happen?
Well, I'll check the chat.
Oh, okay.
So I know of one.
Oh, look at the chat. That's so
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah. Now here's my question. What stage was that? If it's prototype form, I think you could like,
They're
or
all
was it?
prototype forms. I mean, they're all like whatever.
Well, was the art done? I guess that's the question. Was the art? Did you
No,
have an
no,
idea of the
no,
art?
no, no, no. I mean,
Okay.
when it was, I mean, and I didn't play it. I just, you know what? It doesn't matter. TMG passed on Everdell.
That would have been that would have fit your brand so good. It feels like too.
But who knows, right? I mean, like, who knows what we would have done with it? I mean, I didn't play it, so I don't know how representative uh the the game that Seth played and compared to the game that um Everdell became, right? I mean, I've played Everdell and I think it's okay. I don't really, I mean, truth be told, cards in the table. If somebody came to me and they're like, "Hey, and here's Everdell or whatever," and showed it to me, and I had the same experience I have when I play Everdell, I would probably also be like, "No, this is okay." I wouldn't see the uh it's one of those things where it is it's so tough. It's so tough to see what a game is. And then there's games that you think are going to be awesome and then like you're like, "Oh my gosh, this is like the best game I've ever played." And then they go over like a wet fart.
Well,
There were a lot of games that I mean, and I don't try to like I really hate presenting myself as being some bastion of intelligence when it comes to the games that get published and games that don't. Um, there are several games that TMG published that when I played them, I was like, yeah, I don't see why we should publish this. This is not a good game. And
Do you think because of the gold
well, let
rush,
me finish the
all
story.
games, any game that like was kind of good, they published?
Maybe, but I mean, here was
Probably
one
just
of
had
those
like
things.
one nugget of goodness about it. Yeah.
There was, but I remember I
Like
said
every game has at least one thing that people like, right? Go ahead. Sorry.
I said that, and then like then I got just the whole like, well, you don't like any games. That was like the response
Well,
you
that's
don't.
true.
Yeah, he's got a
and
point.
and
There's a point there.
and one of the really nice things about working for Gray Fox, there's a lot of great things that work for Gray Fox, is that both Shane and Josh, like, it's literally one of those things where it's like, if both of them really like a game, we're gonna sign it and we're gonna do it. Like God King was one of those where Shane really liked it at Gen Con, Josh really liked it, and then they said, "Hey Lance, you got to start playtesting this." And I was like, "Okay, fine." And I'm not going to mention any publishers or any games at all, but there are, if it's one of those things where one of the two of them is kind of like on it, and then the other person's like, "I think this is good." I'm like, they come to me and it's like, "What do you think of this?" And I have probably crushed so many designers' hopes and dreams because I just don't like anything. And to be fair, I there was only one game I think that I suggested that we passed that got picked up by another publisher that got published, and then it went over. I mean, it was like a one print run and done, kind of game. So it wasn't like it didn't set the world on fire, and I've seen it's on clearance racks now. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess I was right there. That kind of thing.
I mean, but is a game on clearance racks a bad deal? Like, I mean, if you made money on it, like, would it matter?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's like the dream is like you have something like Mythos Tales. Like we did that. We did a print run of Mythos Tales, and like that sold heavy. We sold through our print run, and there's still people that want to get a hold of a copy now. Like it's a game that people say, and I get probably an email every week saying, "Hey, are you gonna do a reprint on this? Are you gonna do a reprint on this?" Like they desperately want to get a copy, and it's one of those things where enough where like we've gone to Jason Alexander, who former owner of Eighth Summit Games.
Wait, 1 to 10 players on this bad boy?
On
You
which
would
10
never
players?
play that 10-player game. There's no way.
Mythos Tales? Are you
Yeah,
talking about Mythos Tales?
you would not want to play that.
Mythos Tales is
hell no.
basically Cthulhu Sherlock Holmes consulting detective.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
okay.
10 players does not make sense.
I saw it on the
it's-
BGG
it's
and I
it's
got
like
excited.
it's like a 2 or 3 player.
Two,
game.
yeah.
It's
okay.
three. It's a 2 to 3 player. Yeah,
So that
for
1 to 10 is very okay. Got it.
It's a game you sit down and play with like your spouse or your partner.
That's their marketing bullshit.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically, 10 of you could sit around a table and talk about it, but you never would do it that way.
But not 11. That would be.
No, not 11. 11 is ridiculous.
Too much,
10
yeah.
though. 10.
10's just a sweet spot.
Yeah,
We've
that's
done- we've done- we've done the. So there's a Cthulhu version of Sherlock Holmes.
Shocking.
It's called something investigation. I'll find it. Give me a minute. It's good. We played it. It's fun. If you like that.
But I mean,
The
but
Bureau of
that's
Investigation?
what you want to do. You don't want to sit on. You don't want to have a pile of something that you end up donating to BGG so they can give it away to the people that attend their convention.
It's called the Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
It's good.
You
Played
liked
it.
it?
Well, I played most of it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Some of them are like
Which-
better. Some of them are better than others. There's really, you know, they've done
Bureau of Investigation.
yeah, Bureau of Investigations.
That's any of them games, though, Scott. I mean,
You're an investigator trying to, and it's a Cthulhu-esque mystery. Taken really straight from the novels. So if you know the novels, you'll recognize one of the guys
Yeah.
recognized one of the things right away. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
which was good. I mean, it was fun. It was still fun because we weren't sure. And he wasn't really that sure about it. He just thought, oh. But not knowing it is better than knowing it.
So I would say this. I mean, it's
Shaders?
one of those things where here's a weird thing too, is that like eventually what happens with most board games is that you have 400 copies sitting in a warehouse that you're never going to sell. You'll trickle through 3 a year.
Yeah. Well,
And then and which you'll never sell.
donate them or
No, what you usually end up
Put 'em in
doing
the fire.
with them is
Mhm.
you Shane still talks about the fact that when he was moving from a larger warehouse that he shared with another company, this is before I was with the company, and they moved to a smaller warehouse. He pallet jacked a full pallet, and I'm just gonna say the guy's name because he went off a deep end and lost his mind, and Robert Burke. When he went full on, yeah, you're shaking your head, you know exactly what
Well,
I'm talking about.
no, whatever. Go ahead.
Well, no, and it's just like we had like pallets of his games that we had published that were never going to get sold because we were going to sell them because we wanted to disassociate ourselves with him, and we wanted to and it was just one of those things. And he said it was in the middle of a rainstorm, and he was trying to figure out how to do it, and he just pushed the pallet out by a dumpster, and he just left them all in the rain, and he just walked away. He was just like, yeah, he was like, I was gonna try to take him to a Goodwill or something like that, but I was just like, you know what, why even bother? And he just
You
left
should
them.
make that snippet
mean,
into
here's
a
the thing,
YouTube
there are a
short
lot-
right
there are a
there.
lot of ways to
That's
donate.
fascinating.
There's a lot of ways to donate games now.
Can I do that,
But the
Lance?
problem was that the designer was, as you would say, problematic, and he didn't want anybody like discovering the game, enjoying it, and then like going off and like giving that guy more money. I mean, so
Okay.
It makes me mad because his that game where you made cartoon creatures out of cards. My daughter and I played that all the time. We
Cartuna?
loved that game. Cartuna. We
That's a
loved
fun one.
Cartuna. That
Yeah.
was one of the best kids games I've ever played.
I had that one in my classroom, and it went over like gangbusters until it got ruined. I agree.
Yep.
Battle for
Yeah.
Souls was also really good too.
That was actually a very good game. I remember when I was still friends with Robert, he was always happy because whenever he saw one of my videos, he knew the Battle for Souls box was like right behind my head. Like for whatever reason, it was just happened to be on the shelf in that spot, so he would see it there, and he said, "How many people would see that and wonder what that game was, and would like Google it to see what it was."
I didn't
Like,
know he made the offensive band name generator.
yeah.
Well, how do you do?
He also made that you could only play at conventions. He made the most offensive version of Cards Against Humanity ever created. It was, and he had the cards professionally printed, and he basically made a Cards Against Humanity game that was like, if you can think it, if you could roll 30 for it, it was in there. It was just it was hilarious. It was very funny. I played it at Dice Tower several times at the Robert Burke bungalow when he used to get a bungalow at Dice Tower East when it was just Dice Tower Con. So anyway, but
It's a fascinating story.
yeah,
Fascinating.
it is really too bad that guy lost his mind.
It happens.
I'm excited to see Dune 2 March 1st, baby.
You going to the theater for it? I
Oh,
want
I'm
to watch it at
absolutely
home.
gonna, I'm absolutely gonna go to the
That's what I'm
theater.
going to do, Scott. Fuck that
And
theater.
I've gotta see when my dad is coming back to town for a weekend in early March, and so I'm gonna make him go to it. Because we went to see the first one. We went to see the first Dune, the David Lynch movie, many, many, many years ago. And I think I've told the story, but I'll tell it again. He said, "Hey, I want to," because he had read the book, and he said, "I want to go check this out." And he was like, and he said, "I think you'll like the movie." And I remember watching the David Lynch. I was like, "What is going on?" I was just like, I had no clue, but I was
Yeah.
very intrigued by it. And so then he loaned me his copy of the book Dune, and I read it, and I really, really liked it. And it's a really good memory of hanging out with my dad. So when Dune Part One came out, he and I went to the movie theater. We dragged my daughter with. We went and watched it, and like she was like, "I don't know what's going on." I was like, "Well, I'll." Then I borrowed her my copy of the book, and she read about like 100 pages. She's like, "I don't understand this at all." I was like, "All right, no problem." I might make her go to the second one too with her grandpa and me, but um, that first Dune movie was so good. It was just I watched it probably a dozen times now. It's just so good. And it's
It
so
was
good
all
because you
right.
know what's coming. You know what the rest of the story is, and it's just like, ugh, I'm so excited to see the second one. And I do hope that they actually do um uh I do hope they dive further into the continuing story of Paul Atreides. And I don't want to say any spoilers because if you had read the books, there's a lot more.
If you
There's a
had
lot
read
more
the
going on.
60-year-old books,
Hey, those books are amazing.
I
They
read
are
one, two,
amazing.
two. I think I read two.
So,
Never mind.
yeah, I don't know.
I'm with Scott. Fuck that theater. We're gonna wait till it comes into the house, sit in my own comfortable chair for 3 hours for the end of a movie that should have been 2 years ago.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You know what I was you know what this is an incredibly silly thing to be annoyed by. But remember I've been talking about how like I'm like I finally joined somebody's Patreon, and I why is it that after I finally like I'm like, oh, it's like I found this podcast I really, really enjoy, and then they're like, oh, and if you get on Patreon, then you will there's all kinds of episodes on there that you can listen to, so you want more because they basically they play Call of Cthulhu games and they act them out, and it's like listening to old radio broadcasts kind of things. And it's super good. And so I was like, cool. So I joined their Patreon, and I saw that like they would post a normal episode every week and then something on their Patreon every week. And sometimes it was an episode, and sometimes it was like a weird background story about something, or sometimes it was just, hey, these are some ideas we have for how you could run a game or things like that. And it was like they waited till I became a patron on Patreon, and they've just stop updating their Patreon. There's like nothing new for
You could still go back and look at the old stuff, right?
well, I have, but now it's
Yeah,
almost
not
2 months,
completely.
and 2 months and they just stopped, and there's nobody. And there's the
What
thing:
are you
it's
paying?
like,
$5 a month?
it doesn't matter what I'm paying. I'm paying for content,
What do you want for
baby.
$5 a month?
Yeah.
I want blood. That's what I want. No, I know. It's silly to be annoyed by it.
You want a pinky or what?
Yeah, I can get you a toe.
You want a toe?
Yeah, yeah, I can get you a toe. So I mean, yeah, I just it's one of those things where it's like I no, it is Apocalypse Players, Chad Roberts. Apocalypse Players, not RPPR. So not a big fan of RPPR. I don't know what my deal is. I've tried listening to them. They're just not. I don't know. It isn't interesting to me. I'm also annoyed that here's another thing I'm annoyed by is that I'm not getting annoyed by. So then I found another one. It took me forever to find another podcast that I enjoyed that does actual play. And there's this other Call of Cthulhu themed podcast. They still did the same thing where they act the stuff out, and they're called Grizzly Peaks. And I started listening to them. Now, the nice thing about the Apocalypse Players is that their episodes are listed. So it's like episode 1 of this adventure, episode 2 of this adventure, episode 3 of this adventure, episode 4. And they go through the whole thing until it's done. And then they're like, and now we're done. And now we're doing the next scenario that we're doing. This Grizzly Peaks. And so what I can do is I can just start listening to it, and then it just goes to the next episode. So I can listen to one after the other while I work or whatever it is I'm doing. What this Grizzly Peaks does is they have 5 different campaigns going all at once, and they post a new episode haphazardly for each one. So it's just I don't know. It's very annoying to me. It's like I just want to start it and I want to listen to it and I want to be able to just listen to it and go. But no, they had to screw it all up and annoy me because they know because they want to annoy me.
Revolves around Lance. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. I don't. I believe that people should make things for me the way I want them, and nobody else gets anything. That's
for free. No money involved. You want it for free.
Yes. Thank you. Could you make that happen for me, Barry?
Sure. The next what is that Frozen convention you have? Undead Viking convention or whatever. That with the gathering. We'll make it happen.
Gathering of the Vikings. Show some respect to the
Gathering of the Vikings, baby. Friday, starting at 3.
I wanted to go this year, but with going to Gamba, I will do that instead because I can't ask my wife to go twice.
Yeah, Scott's tied up with BGG Con and the cruises, and I just came back from Florida, so I can't go.
One of these days, drive the truck up there with my sons.
I have to tell you this was so the classic old dream we've talked about before where you wake up and it's the last day of school and you realize you haven't been to class in a month and it's finals and you're screwed.
Yeah, it's finals and you show up to a final and you've not gone to the class. Yeah,
and you're just completely screwed. There's nothing you can do. Classic dream. I remember. Classic. Yeah. It's so weird. I just say, isn't it just completely weird how all of us have had that dream? It's so. Yeah. Yeah. How is that so ingrained? It's such a common dream. I mean, there's I don't know. I'd love to know.
By the way, Did anybody upgrade their
I never
Windows
had that dream.
to have AI in it now?
Negative.
What?
Yeah, if you,
Unless it just did it
it's built.
automatically. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Copilot. I put a Copilot button on my dashboard.
Oh, I love. I got a
So
Copilot.
let me
Nice.
ask it to interpret. What is the meaning of the dream? Show up to class, and there's a final exam for a class you did not take, for a class you never attended. Right?
Yeah, something like that.
Let's see if it has an interpretation there.
It says, I love you, human. I will marry you. Just give it time, Scott.
Anxiety or stress could be reflection of your work failing in some aspect of your waking life. High achiever syndrome. This dream is common among high achievers, often those who have fear of underperforming or not meeting expectations. Symbolic of a wish. According to Freud's theory, a dream interpretation in this dream could be a
You hate your
disguised
mother.
wish fulfillment. Disguised wish in the final exam dream is to renounce your current adult responsibilities and to return to a simpler time when the hardest thing you had to deal with was school.
Hmm.
Yeah, makes sense.
I could buy that.
Yeah, I mean, those are all valid interpretations potentially. Definitely
All
got anxiety and stress. I mean, I was trying to think back 10 years ago where I was with my stress level.
Mine
What
was
do you
high.
think? Mine was definitely not as high.
Mine was higher then.
Yours was high
Yeah. The
10
trains
years
and
ago?
shit.
10 years ago. Basically, yeah, when I
Way
was in
less stress.
my early 40s.
Way less stress. One kid.
Mm-mm.
One kid, one dog.
Yeah.
Much less stress.
So, anyway, where I was going with this, I just saw this. So,
Oh,
one,
you were going somewhere?
you know,
Oh, sorry.
so one, I remember when I'd have that dream like 10, 12 years ago, or even more, like 20 years ago, after I was well out of college, and like you have that, and I wake up like you know, like oh my gosh.
Well,
But I
it's the
remember,
worst feeling, yeah.
but I remember I would like, then I would like, it would like when I went back to sleep, it was the most like perfect sleep
Oh,
ever,
perfect sleep.
because I was just like, wait a minute, I'm not in school anymore. I
I'm
have
not in
no,
school
this
anymore.
is
Come on.
ridiculous. I'm not, I'm fine. This is, you know, this is ridiculous. I'm okay. I don't have to worry about any of this stuff. It was just so nice to be able to just fall asleep knowing full well that, you know, nothing, nothing was gonna, I didn't have to worry about anything. But anyway, so I was like, and I haven't had that dream in a while. I mean, it's just one of those things. I still had it every once in a while, but I mean, however, the other day I had this dream, and I don't know what convention it was at. It was just a board game convention. And for some reason, like the board game convention, we were like in a room. It was like me and Shane and Josh, and we were just sitting around and we were like talking about like um you know, just like, oh, it's like this is gonna be a good convention. You know, it's like this is gonna be awesome. We actually have all our, you know, we were like talking about how sales are gonna go, and like there's like a huge crowd, and they're expecting to be a ton of people here. It was like a big convention, right? And we were just sitting there, you know, chewing the fat and talking about stuff and whatever, and just. And I remember I would like poke my, and we were like in this room, and I would poke my head out the room, and I saw there was just this line of people that were just backed up forever, and they were like, hey, can we come in yet? I was like, no, but soon we'll, you know, it's like very soon, convention opens just a few minutes, you know. We kept, and I kept like talking to them. They're like, oh, you know, it's like, you know, and we're like sitting there, and then it was like one of those things where like the loudspeaker came over and like, it is 15 minutes to open towers, and we're like, cool. And then like I looked back and I realized we hadn't unpacked anything. We hadn't set up the booth. We hadn't done anything. We had just been
That's the
sitting
new
around.
stress dream.
We had been sitting around, and plus, like something had happened,
Like you're
and
yeah,
none of
you're
none
very
of
like
our
yeah.
yeah.
You have no what's the word? You have no anxiety, anxiousness to get something done, and you're just like, oh, nothing's done.
Yeah, and then it was
Yeah,
just like
no,
all of a
yeah.
sudden we looked over and like like for some
not
reason none of our copies of Last Light were there.
That's basically the same drug. That's the same
Yeah,
drug.
and I remember like
Different
I was
version of
just like, what the hell is going on? You're just like,
Hey, Barry.
Man,
How's it going?
it's
it
morning.
was unnerving to say the least.
Oh, sorry. Did I wake you up from your dream there? Oh.
So you got your Seven Citadel?
I have, yeah.
Scott
What do
has
you,
not.
what do you think?
It's different. There's things that I like which are better than Seventh Continent, and there's things that niggle me.
Like that word, needle me.
Niggle, not
Niggle.
needle. Niggle. Niggle.
I don't think I'll say that word.
It makes you
Yeah, they're just
it
like
bugs you. It bugs little
irksome. Yeah,
little picadillos, like little
yeah.
the beak biting at you.
Mm. Yeah, it's like get off, stop.
Picadillo, or is that right? I don't know.
I haven't got a clue. How you all doing? All right?
Good. Life is
All right.
good.
Ah,
Stressful, but good.
Lance can't figure out this $20. He's got a $20 problem. Wait, was there any resolution of the $20 problem?
No, they're gonna send me the thing.
20 days.
probably
Gotta
gonna
wait
be
for
about
20 days.
Yeah.
Oh, let's make a prediction. So when did you do this? Was this today?
Oh no, it was Tuesday.
Tuesday? We should make a prediction on how long it'll take you to get a response. It says there's a 20-day window. And
20
it's,
business days, they
so
said.
so this is day one, right? When I count Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean I'll get something eventually. It'll take forever.
I think
And-
banks do eventually do things. It's
Well,
just
but how many days do we think it'll be? I'm gonna
Oh,
guess
I'll get it
13.
in the middle of March, probably.
Yeah.
I'd say 30.
Wow.
I'll say April 1st.
So
They
what
say-
what happens? What do you do if it's past
April
20
1st.
days? Are you calling them on day 21, Lance? Do that. Can you call them on day 21 and request that lady?
Do not do that.
Can I talk to Margaret?
You get yourself into so much trouble.
I would not do that. I would not be mean. I would just
Do you think you're gonna have the
I think it's karma, Scott.
Are you gonna have the movie Defending Your Life?
Oh yeah, great movie.
Do you think you're gonna be presented with 5 pieces of your life in someday,
Maybe
somewhere in some afterlife that you have to defend?
What a
your life?
fantastic movie that is, though.
I want to watch it again. Actually, I was watching the documentary of him.
Oh, Albert.
Albert
Brooks.
Brooks. It's such a good documentary. Nice.
Yeah, it was a good one. What did you do myself?
He yeah, what a fantastic movie. Rip
Can you
Torn
imagine
is,
they pick-
Rip Torn as his lawyer.
They pick out. They're like, he goes, "What'd you do last night?" He goes, "Well, you wouldn't understand." He goes, "Try me." He goes, "I found myself in between the center of conscious thought and reality, or something like that, like some kind of nonsense." And he's like, "You're
Yeah.
right. I don't understand. I don't understand." He didn't say you're right. He goes, "I don't understand."
When he's eating the weird food, and he's just like, "What are you eating?" And he's just like, "Oh, this wouldn't be good for you." And he's just like, "I want to try something." He's
And
like,
that
"No."
movie is like really great.
Yeah.
I need to watch it again. I haven't seen it in a while.
Lance, can I ask
There's
you
a
a
lot of fun.
question?
There's a lot of fun stuff in that movie.
There is a lot of fun stuff in that movie. Like when he has the stand-in lawyer who just doesn't do anything. He just sits there and listens. He's like,
Yeah.
"You want to say something?" "No, I'm good." And he just and it's just like, "Oh, who is you?" They say the name. "Oh, isn't he amazing?" That's what they keep telling me. He's just like, he's just losing his mind.
So many. I wonder how long. Who wrote that movie? Was it Albert Brooks? Did he write it?
I
I
have no
get
idea.
part of it. Yeah.
There's so many great jokes in that thing.
It was a very it's very it's got a lot to it too. I mean,
Yeah, there's
as
some meat on the
far
bone.
Yeah.
As far as I mean, it's got a lot of I don't know what I'm looking for, but I mean it makes you think a little too, right?
It's a good thinker.
Lance,
You know,
But
Can
I'm
I
just saying,
ask
like,
you?
What?
yeah.
What?
No, you
What?
can't. You can't, Barry.
I
Shut
can't.
up.
I can't. How long ago did you have your laser correction surgery?
Oh, shoot.
And how's it holding up?
He did get a
You
Groupon
could
deal
probably
with this
find it
one,
if you
Barry.
go look back at the old Alabooms. You probably could find
Yeah.
it.
I mean, it's got to be like 4 or 5 years ago now. I
Yeah.
mean,
Feels like longer.
yeah, it
Yeah.
probably is. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I was with TMG, so it maximum would be because I left the bank and joined TMG.
It was you can check your Groupon. Why don't you check your Groupon?
It
Go to your email and search for the Groupon, and you'll find that'll be right around that
was
time.
like 9 years ago or so.
No, but yeah, what I would say roughly about 4 or 5 years ago. I remember you talking about it.
Yeah,
I think it was before the
okay,
pandemic.
hold on. I'll do
It was definitely before the pandemic.
And that's
I
4
will
years
check-
ago.
I will log into my Groupon and see what it tells me here. Everybody thinks they're so funny. But they're
Well, it's a funny story. It's a funny.
it is funny, but it saved me a
I
freaking
know, it
$1,000
saved you-
or whatever it was. My stuff.
But it's holding up okay. Your
My
eyes are still.
Groupons.
You don't need your glasses.
Redeemed. All right, go ahead and guess what day you think I got. I purchased
May
my
1st, 2015.
15? Nah, I think it was later than that. I'm
70.
gonna go 18.
Let's make a game out of it.
Kabuki Kid even said "lol." It's funny. It's a funny thing. Yeah. It's funny.
I did go.
Because Groupon is like a discount, right? For a thing you get to try to get cheaply and inexpensively, right? Like something you would never do on normal day. You would get a Groupon and like, oh, okay, today I'm gonna go to Chili's because I got a Groupon.
They're going to go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Is that a thing
So
anymore?
it was October 2017.
17?
Yeah, you guys are right.
Yeah, he was right.
Cool.
And for a company that is no longer in business.
Oh, that
Because they
lifetime
were
guarantee
giving
doesn't.
Groupons out.
That lifetime
No,
guarantee.
they had a thing where they said that they transferred the lifetime guarantee to I forget where it was.
Fred's
they sent-
laser.
Yeah, there was like there were other like laser,
It's right
you know,
next
and
to
I'm
the
just kind of like
mechanic,
whatever.
please.
But it was normally the procedure was normally like $3,000 and I got it for like $1,400. So I'm really not gonna
Sure, yeah, I can't complain, right?
and and I got the monovision, so the one eye sees far, the one eye sees close. There are times like when I'll get up and I'll squint again just a tiny little bit, like sometimes early in the morning, like my eyes are just waking up as well. But for the most part, nearly zero complaints. I mean, I don't have any bad halos at night. All the no double vision or anything like that. It went really well. So
Mm.
Why you think about it, Barry?
Yeah, I am.
Why?
Because
Why?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
It's-
Glasses suck.
glasses suck.
I'm used to them.
Yeah. I've got glasses. I've got these little sound monitors to put behind my ears as well, and then I've got these headphones. So all day I've got glasses
Yeah, that's
Those-
annoying. Yeah,
and these headphones on while I'm
pushes on
working. And
pushes on, yeah.
yeah.
that is annoying. Yeah.
So if I can remove one of them, unfortunately, tinnitus won't go away. There's no cure for it.
Yeah.
But if I could have my eyes done and I could look at the screen and not have to, because they're like bifocals, and find that one point where I can read the text on the screen without
Yeah.
having to do
I got
that.
that too. I have bifocal. I have transition.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
So-
I don't have that.
It's just so
I got
fucking
one
annoying.
side.
And then when you're having a shower and you're like, what's that on my foot? And like you gotta
Can you
You gotta
read
get out
what
the
the
shower.
labels? Like if you're in a foreign hotel, can you read the labels on the things that are like soap, shampoo, and conditioner? I can't read those. So I have to
And
squeeze it out
vodka.
and be like, okay, well, it's not conditioner, so whatever. Because soap and shampoo are basically the same.
Yeah.
So
Stupid things are getting old.
Yeah.
I have said this to. I've been asked a few times about it and whatever. It is. It is such a incredibly scary decision to make, right? Because it's your freaking eyes. It's. I
Yeah.
mean, it's because it's
Like
just like
you
this,
have to sign a paper that you might, if you go blind, they're not holding
yeah.
you.
I mean, it's so freaking scary. The idea of like, okay, I'm gonna lay down and you're gonna mess with these two globes that allow me to perceive the world around me, and that's why I tell everybody. I mean, at the time I was like, oh, that sucks that I have to get PRK because it takes so much longer to heal. But the nice thing when you do PRK is that you never actually go blind when they do it. With LASIK, they cut the lens and fold the flap away. So like basically the thing that your eye uses to see the rest of the world is not in place for like the 7 or 8 seconds they take to adjust your to correct the lens or the correct what your eye sees, and then they fold it back and then they suture it back into place and then you can see. But when you get LASIK, it's like it's boom, you have like 2015 vision the moment they are done. It's like but you have that like 8 to 10 seconds where that eye is blind and then they put it back and then they do the other one and then that eye is blind and they put it back and then all of a sudden bam, like your vision is like noticeably better, like incredibly better and crisp right away. With PRK you don't have to deal with that, but it's like this lengthy process that you go through. It doesn't itch as much as LASIK because basically with LASIK, I mean, you've got like basically an open wound on your eye that's slowly healing, and I guess it's way itchier and like just like you want to rub your eyes desperately, but like you can't, and so they give you these eye drops to like put in your eyes to like numb them and stuff like that. But I guess they do almost nothing. With my PRK, I had like nothing. I mean, like it was like, yeah, I was a little annoying a little bit, but I mean, but for the most part, it was fine. I still had the bandage contacts on and stuff to prevent anything from happening. But it was 2 weeks before my vision like fully returned to normal. I had like double vision. I mean, like, and at one point when I went back in, because they like come back in 3 days and they check your eyes, and then come back in 3 days later and they check your eyes again. And they were like, everything's working perfectly. And I remember when I went in for the second one, I was telling the guy, I was like, look, this is ridiculous. Like how bad my vision is right now. I was like, and I'm like, I'm freaking scared that my eyes aren't ever going to fix. I mean, he's like, your eyes are healing. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. He's like, in 3 days, you will look back at this conversation and you will realize that you had nothing to worry about. And he was right. Like 3 days later, I had 2015 vision, and it was crisp and it was perfect. You know, I don't even have like I have all these friends who had LASIK that are like, yeah, I can't even if I go outside on an overcast day, I have to wear sunglasses because my eyes are super sensitive to light. I don't have that. I mean, for like the first 6 months, it was my eyes were really sensitive to light, but then it just went away. I had halos for like 3 months. They went away. I mean, like it went really, really well for me. You know, not
What about night driving? Because
Perfect.
I found
Nothing.
getting old that it's at night it's really hard to see jack shit.
Well, I mean, night driving in general just is like when you get old, it's whatever
Gotta
it
eat your
is.
carrots, man.
Yeah, but I mean,
I
You think
grow
I'm joking?
carrots, man. Huh?
Oh, you eat them though?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Stop
just.
frog whopping, Barry.
But I'll
Makes you go
say
blind.
this. I'll
Matt,
say
get
this.
in here. We're waiting on you, Matt.
How many kids do you have, Barry?
To
2. And how old are they?
Utah. To
What?
Utah. Sorry.
How old are your
Dead
children?
point. 116, 16.
Okay. So I mean, I can't say. Geez, you re-upped
You
late.
waited a bit there, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't want kids at first. All right. I didn't want to get married. I didn't want kids. This woman came into my life. She made me want to get married. And because life was so great and she kept asking for a kid, I said, well, why not try one? We tried one. I did not want another one. Um, and so I had one for a long time and I didn't want a second one. And I was adamant. I put my foot down. And my dad had always he'd had a brain tumor for about 15 years, but it went really, really south pretty quickly. And you evaluate life and you think, well, my daughter's here in France. There's not really much family. There's only like my wife's family here, not my side of the family here. She's got no one to fall back on if something happens to us. And so we started thinking, well, maybe we need someone, with her if things go tits up. So that's why there's a big gap between the two. Because I didn't want one, but it was like, don't be selfish. Think about your daughter. Think about your wife. She's always wanted a second one. So,
Well, regardless.
regardless,
So,
yeah.
so regardless to all of that, what
2 Utah.
I will just say this: it was like it's one of those things that when I got it done, my daughter would have been what 10, 11,
Okay.
and my son would have been like, well, what is he? He would have been like 6, So it was immediate awesomeness of like, oh hey, I'm going swimming with my kids and I can see them.
Mm.
We're doing anything active and I don't have to worry about my glasses falling off. I don't have to I don't I mean it's it's all kinds of awesome things as far as that goes. So yeah, I mean it's
Yeah. I mean,
it's just
it's
good.
like that when I'm working in the garden, the glasses are the worst thing. You start sweating and they start fogging up, or they fall off while you're up and down digging a hole, or
Do you not do contacts?
no,
No, can't do it.
no.
They're such a hassle.
They
Yeah.
bother my eyes.
I wouldn't mind to try them.
They're great. They're great, but they're extra work for sure.
Keeping them clean and yeah. I used to have colored contacts. I used to change my eyes green, bright green. But
The cat.
They hurt when something gets in your eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we playing initials?
Yeah,
No.
I mean, absolutely.
Can you talk about your thing, Matt?
What?
Can you talk about your thing, Matt?
Oh, the big game.
Thing-
Can you
No,
talk about
I
the game?
can't.
No.
Oh, okay.
That's
I
awesome.
can tell
though.
you
Congrats.
privately, but I can't
Okay.
tell you.
Okay.
Um,
Not publicly.
I have a grievance.
Oh,
Lay it on us.
let's
I
look
love
at
it.
this.
My group was not very fun tonight.
uh-oh.
What, the
They
D&D
were
group?
my D&D group.
Okay.
I was DMing and there was a lot of table talk when I was doing a battle with one person. Everybody else was just having their own conversation and talking over. And that happened a couple of times, which kind of irked me. But the thing that irked me the most was players arguing with me about a ruling
Not the DM, no.
and
You're not
not
supposed to
letting
do
it
that.
go. And I'm like, no, that's the way it is. And they kept looking it up on their fucking computer to see what other people were saying. I'm like, nope, that's the way it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Anyways, just I was not in a very good mood after that game.
You don't
Right.
like rules lawyers in your tabletop role playing games?
No.
That's shocking.
Yeah. Anyways, okay, I'm done.
That's a bummer.
That sounds
I mean, was the whole night wasted, or is
real
it?
fly in the pudding there.
Well, I mean, it started about an hour into the 3.5 hour session.
How long did it drag? Like, was it like a lingering thing?
I said something a couple of times. I'm like, guys, enough. Can we just
Eesh.
Anyways.
Is it the
So
kind of
we'll-
thing where you think everyone agreed though?
Oh yeah,
Like
totally.
it was just not good for anyone?
No, no, no. Like they as soon as I called them out, I'm like, oh, right, right.
Mm,
It was just not cool.
yeah.
All right, I'm done.
No, I mean
Done.
that. I mean, I'll say this: there's always going to be like one of the worst things ever is especially if you're playing with a group that is. It's weird. A bunch of strangers will sometimes be easier to run a game with.
Oh, totally.
Than people that you know because because people that know you, they'll just sit there and like, well, I nah, 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 or yeah, nah, nah, nah. You know, and
Like
it's just
there was one guy tonight. He was telling me about. He was telling some guy across. The guy was on my right, and the guy he was talking to was on my left. And he was telling him about this electrical problem he was trying to fix at his house with his panel. I'm like, can we just stop now?
Mhm.
And then I kind of said something, and then he just lowered his voice and started talking. Like, dude, just fuck stop. Anyways, apparently I'm over it. No,
That sounds unpleasant.
it was just, I'm glad that the campaign's almost done. So I can get back to being a player.
Which campaign is that?
The Dragonlance one,
Okay.
it's okay. It's not like super awesome or anything, but
Do you use Sirenscape with that?
pardon?
No. Do you use Sirenscape with that?
You know, I tried to do some audio. It's too many things to keep track of.
Okay.
We have recently employed a 40-inch television as our playmat, and we
That
use a
sounds
thing called
awesome.
Arkenforge,
Yeah.
which is a great little map tool, and it's great because I download the maps off of D&D Beyond. I toss them on here, and it's ready to go.
hmm
But I was contemplating for a long time buying a Stream Deck
Hell yeah.
and just going like, battle sequence or whatever. But I'm like, I've already invested enough money in everything. I don't want to.
Okay.
But
Yeah, 'cause
we
I
do
did-
have a pretty good setup with minis that we print because I have a resin printer. The guy that usually DMs, he has like a FDM and a resin printer, and he prints stuff all the time, which is great.
Oh, you got a 3D printer? You
I do.
should I got a Kickstarter to recommend to you.
Oh yeah, what's that?
I think it's called the Omni 3. I covered it today. They got a $48 you buy everything, but essentially is make your own calyxes, 3D printing them.
I saw that.
It looks so stinking cool.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, I don't know if it's gonna work out, but it looks neat. And for $48, I mean that's a flyer, you know? And it looked like it was like almost like a Lego set where you could construct whatever you want. They were hitting stretch goals. It was
Did you see? You're a basketball fan. Did you see the Wilson 3D printed basketballs?
yes, those look amazing.
$2,500 each.
That makes them less amazing. I just saw the
Yes.
YouTube video where it was like, "This is the ball," and I was like, "That's so cool."
Marquez Brownlee did a review on them, and it's like, it's so funny because you hear like the cling when you bounce the regular ball, and then the 3D printed one's like, it's like nothing.
What are they?
3D printed basketball for $2,500.
Do they work?
I don't know. I just kind of saw like a
Weird.
YouTube reel review, so it's like
Wow.
30 seconds.
YouTube short, brother. YouTube short. We're not reels. Facebook is reels. We're YouTube
Sorry.
shorts. We're coming.
I made my
big.
first. I made my first reel a little while ago. I was pretty excited about that.
Facebook reel.
Yeah,
Nothing on Facebook is real. What are you talking about?
yeah. And I knew that as soon as I made it, I'm like, yeah, this will be like once a quarter. I have no time to do it.
Oh, you made a reel?
Yeah.
I made one too. It already got like, let me see, it's blowing up.
You know,
What?
the
Nice. Congrats.
the
Hold on, let me bring it up.
the reactions or whatever, the impressions on a video or reel or what or YouTube short or whatever are crazy high compared to like static ones.
Oh
Because
my
they throw it
god,
into the
yeah.
Facebook feeds.
It's incredible.
It is really incredible. Like I was
It
within a
scratch the
couple hours,
lottery
I had like
ticket every
200
time.
views.
Dude,
Scratch the
2.2
lottery ticket.
2.2 million views in a day.
Billion.
That's amazing. I did
That
one
is.
today. I want to see how it's doing. I did one about
1,768 likes.
cleaning under a bidet.
How do I
500
check
views.
mine?
There we go. Boom.
Where's my reel? Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, the
Oh,
black
God.
hole game.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, I saw that.
How do I tell
20
how
10-second video of that beat the 8-ball game. By the way, someone made a comment that said, "Whoever pushed first is dumb."
I would also like to share a YouTube comment that I just got that from Austin Helser 6042 on my clean underneath your bidet YouTube show I put today. He said, "When all you do is play games and shit all day."
What?
I cleaned underneath my bidet and it was disgusting, like the grossest thing you've ever seen. Like, 'cause it's just
yeah.
oh my god! So I did a YouTube short about it. And I showed how you can clean it with pumice stones, and it's going to work really good compared to doing it with some other things. It was gross. It was informative. It was a fun little video. Like it's a good video to watch if you want to do bidet, whatever. And somebody responded to it. This is what happens, pretty much when you shit and play games all day. Like they were commenting on what it looked like, and I just thought that comment was hilarious.
By the way, I only got one follow from it. 2.2 million views.
Well, if it's a 10-second clip, I can't get a feel for you.
Yeah.
Man,
Still
some of us
feels
are already
good, though.
following you, man.
127 minutes watched, hours watched.
And you know what? I think this
127 hours watched.
I see why it's taken over. Like it's an endorphin rush, just feeling that, oh my gosh, it hit. One of these hit.
It doesn't do anything for me. I want real numbers.
Well, that's good. You're Mr. Big Time. You're Mr.
I need more than one follow, my friend.
He needs substance.
Hey.
No, it's great.
It's great.
But it just makes me wonder, like, is this worth anything? I mean, like, it feels good, but like, there's nothing to come of it.
Well, maybe the next time you post a 10-second one and it gets 1 million views, I say, "Oh, I've seen this guy's 10-second ones before." Maybe with something like this, it takes time.
This is on BGG.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the reels.
Yeah, it's Instagram. It's a reel.
Yeah, because don't you hit Instagram and Facebook with the reels? You get double down. Oh yeah, that's nice. Double dip your chip.
Did you just double dip that chip?
Just dip and then dip again. So I'm only on season 5 of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I gotta catch up because there's a new season coming out.
I love that show.
And what's stopping you?
Time.
I know.
I need to get it going. I mean, I started watching True Detective.
I still haven't got it.
Season 4 is pretty good, but it's not as good as season 1. I mean, it's solid. I liked it.
Well, season 1 is in the
season 1 is like it's a hard bar to reach, but season 4 is pretty good. I liked all of it.
I'm trying to remember last season 2 sucked.
And how many subscriptions
they refunded my game.
Nice.
Yeah.
That was quick.
Now I can turn around and buy Balatro.
Yeah, it's a good game.
So you say.
Are we playing?
Yeah, it was Jibberjohn, so whatever, man.
Jabberjaw.
Whatever, man.
Jabberjawing.
Oh, you got to play it, Barry.
No, I'm not playing.
Why not?
He hates this game.
Go on then.
Just hang and kibitz.
I will, because it's you, Scott. I will.
Homie, don't play
Just
that.
for you, Scott.
We're nearing the end of the box, Barry.
Are you going
Yeah,
to
we
camp?
are. We're getting
going to
close
camp?
the end of the box.
No,
close.
otherwise I'd be there already.
It's this weekend?
Yeah, it's now.
Oh,
Wait.
it's
We
now?
should make this a big deal for the last card.
Thank God it's almost over.
We should see if we can really get a bunch of people in
This
here for that
box.
last card.
BP, British Petroleum.
I've got to make my own after this, remember? So you better fucking appreciate
Please
the fact
do.
that Ha.
Yours
Now
were,
Scott
here
can
we go.
pitch
Yours
all the
were
time.
totally better.
Maybe
But yeah,
better than
they-
this
Yours.
box.
I remember doing it one time. It's a lot of effort. It takes
You
a lot of time and effort.
Don't-
Instead of initials, you should be running a D&D group.
Why don't we try to use AI to make some?
Oh my god!
see if
I
it work-
love
like if
you,
it can.
Scott. I can do
Like
it
if it
right
can.
now. I bet, but I need to work. Let's play the game.
All right, let's go.
This is the next week type of thing. No, I need to work.
You are like
working
you,
right
you are
now.
like an NFT bro with this AI shit, Scott.
Dude, it's addictive. The more you
It's
play
just
with
for
it, the
fun.
more
I'm not
you
trying
see
to
the
make money off of it.
possibilities. It's incredible.
Yet.
Yet-
Hold on
yet.
hold on one. Give me a second.
trying to
I
have
gotta,
some
I
fun.
gotta grab a drink. Give me a second.
Let's see if I can
Okay,
generate
go.
one.
Nobody's stopping you.
Where's my chat GPT window? I got a persistent chat GPT window.
Okay.
He's grabbing a drink. I'm grabbing a
Me
drink.
You got
a
your drink?
game
Oh, there go the glasses.
similar to the initial.
So I'm exporting some files right now for a game, and some of the decks are front, back, front, back, front, back, and some of the decks are front, back, 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 back. So
That's a lot of work. I'm done.
for
lot of
printing,
sorting.
so because some of them have unique backs, and I'm like, fuck, this is a pain in the ass. Starter cards. Is that what this is? Yeah, that's what this is. E6. And export. And go.
So what do we got, Forrest?
Oh, I lost interest in it. It seemed like it was going to be too much work because I'd have to type in all the parameters.
Parameters.
You giving up?
I did.
what
Well, I just,
parameter-
I
what-
the
what
giving
parameters
up
would
is
you
going
do?
back to work. Like I'm working.
What
Like I'm
parameters-
answering
what-
an email
What
about
parameters would you?
RPG boxes.
What would you?
Oh.
Can we just speak them?
You could, yeah.
What would you set up parameters for that?
Create a game for me that lets people guess the initials of a hidden character, like a famous person, by giving increasingly apparent clues, starting with very opaque clues and then ending with more obvious clues.
Wait. Can't we
5
turn
clues.
AI on in here? Isn't that something that we could have done? We can do that,
Plays
right?
well, like, yeah.
Well, let's talk to Lance. Let's see if we can do it. That would save him so much time.
Sounds like a fun and engaging.
We could even cater it to like a specific theme. Like we could get crazy with this.
That's Lance has to learn technology. You know how well that goes.
Create an example.
Nah, it's just turning it on. Me and Scott can figure this out. Because it's not hard. Like it really is not difficult. And the AI, I mean,
Create
it'll
an
help
example.
you. It'll help you do it.
It needs an example.
So you want a game where players get.
Here's an example.
a famous person, right? Then
Yeah.
receive increasingly obvious
Can you hear this?
clues to help them figure it
Yeah.
out.
Barely. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I hear talking. We can't hear the like make it out.
Figures, musicians, or a mix.
A mix.
Great choice. Mixing it up will keep the game interesting. Do you have any specific famous people in mind that you'd like to include, or should I come up with a diverse selection?
Come up with a diverse selection.
Oh my god. You could trivia games. Oh my god. I need to make a trivia. You can make it. Oh wow. Mind blown.
All right. I'll make sure to include a diverse range of famous people from various fields and backgrounds.
Okay, give me an
Once
example.
players guess the initials, I'll provide clues.
Oh, that's way
that
clearer.
very subtle and become increasingly obvious to help them out. How many rounds would you like the game to have?
9? Isn't that what
3.
we normally do? 3?
I just
think
want
it's
to
like
test.
12 or 15. Yeah.
Just 3.
Can you? Oh, I would ask it to make tweaks along the way. Like, hey, how about we change how you present this? Can you do this instead? Like, we could literally cater it to say exactly what we want.
Let's see if it works first.
Well, I'm just
One
saying,
step
like,
at a
we can-
time.
Whoa,
All right, here we go.
That's non-AI thinking there.
You ready?
Ready.
Oh, it's only giving me 3 clues. It
Well,
was. Yeah.
Can we
stop.
ask it for more then? Like, say, hey, we want this
2
number of
5
clues.
5 clues.
We want 5 clues, and they get ascendingly better. They're better clues as you progress to 1.
Yeah, it
five.
already knows that.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
All right, here's the first one. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Clue 1.
What's the
The
initial?
initials are AE.
Okay.
AE.
AE. This person had a passion for violin music alongside their scientific work.
Albert
Course.
Einstein.
I think it's
Yeah.
too easy. Yeah, it needs
Whoa,
to be-
whoa, whoa! Ben,
Yeah,
where's
yeah,
the
yeah.
berry? Albert Einstein.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so it needs to tweet.
They
Yeah,
need-
Well, what's the last clue, Scott?
yeah. What's more obvious than that?
develop the theory of relativity.
I almost feel like the first clue is easy.
I'm gonna adapt it.
That's exciting though that it can just do that. Like that's whew.
Oh yeah, it's all right. Gonna come up with another one here.
And I need a cigarette sometimes after using AI. It's just so cool. It's so exciting. And it always excites me because it's like I can do this in my basement with my kids. What the hell can the people who know what they're doing do with this? Like it
I
just
like
That's
blows
what
my
scares
mind.
me about it.
You want a cigarette after using AI? It's like, well, after sex cigarette.
It's incredible. It's incredible the things it can do. Like with minimal guidance. Like my 10-year-old created his birthday poster in like in 3 commands, and he's like, I want more of this, I want less of this. And it's just crazy to me, like all the things it could do. Like the fact that and I did a video where I tried to make a game with AI, and I've tried doing it. It's insanity. All how the potential.
This is not gonna work.
No.
Now I feel challenged. Now
Well,
wanna
I mean,
speak.
it doesn't really. It's using. Okay. I mean, I'll give you this. A BM.
Here's my idea. What can we
BM.
get
And
the rule book for initials off Board Game Geek? Is that on there? You can
Okay.
feed that to the AI. Play this game with us. You
I
be the
think
person.
I think it already has it. It's just coming. The clues are very like obvious to me. All right, ready? BM.
yeah, okay.
A bard of not of pen, but of melody and soul.
What?
Lord, no.
I tried to make. I said make the clues more cryptic.
Blues music?
Barry Manilow.
No. All right.
AE. Is it still AE?
No,
though?
no. This is BM.
BM, sorry.
BM.
Yeah, Bill Mother, Bob
Oh.
Mother.
That's
Okay.
this is in my back pocket.
His kingdom was not of land, but of rhythm and harmony.
Bob Marley.
Yeah, it was Bob Marley.
Oh,
All
I
right.
said Bob.
Okay.
I should not have
Okay.
said Bob.
Hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, that's it. And then it was.
I would say Barry Manilow would also was right there.
a prophet in denim, a lion in spirit.
Oh,
Twice crowned in halls of rock, yet one name echoes. So what it did is it took the clue that he was inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice, or under 2 different names or something like that. But it made it like a more cryptic.
Huh.
Like it said, twice crowned in halls of rock, yet one name echoes.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
Where did Lance go?
All right, you ready for another one?
Hottie.
Sure.
All right, CC.
CC?
Yeah. A wanderer of seas under a foreign flag. In search of gold, spices, and of souls.
Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, it's too easy.
All right.
Christopher Columbus. Yeah, it needs a little help.
Yeah.
But you might be able to come up with like, give me 20 clues about a person without having to research it. You know what I mean? Because you have to do a lot of research.
Yeah.
How'd your Chat GPT thing go?
So very
It's like-
promising.
I would give it like a 40% out
Yeah.
of 100.
40% after tinkering with it for 8 minutes. I mean,
minute, a few minutes. I
Yeah,
only gave it 3 directives.
like you could juice that up so well. Like it's so promising. It's so cool.
Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero.
Delicious.
Scott's like the brain with his AI thing.
Wait, I'm gonna refill
Dr.
my
Pepper
water real
Cherry
quick.
Zero is pretty amazing as far as drink.
And PG tips with
What'd you
hot
say?
water. Really nice.
What'd you say, Mr. Lance?
Dr. Pepper Cherry Zero for a diet soda is a very, very good soda.
Diet's going well then.
There was a diet one that Nikki loved. It had like It was Dr. Pepper, maybe cherry vanilla.
Yeah, there's cherry vanilla. There's a strawberry,
Or something like that.
strawberries and cream.
Yeah,
Um,
something like that.
That's so hard to
And
get in
they
France.
discontinued it, and Nikki wrote a letter to them, and they wrote back.
What they say?
Like-
Suck it.
It's not coming back.
Yeah, not enough demand. I
Do
was
you,
gonna
know that
buy-
do you remember that Chocolate Rain guy did that Dr. Pepper commercial with
Yeah.
Wasn't that a
cherry
Super Bowl
chocolate rain?
commercial?
It was cherry chocolate rain.
Chocolate. I love that.
That guy vanished and then he fell off the face of the earth.
Yeah, he still puts stuff out.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it wasn't a Super Bowl commercial a couple years ago. I mean, that's a gig.
I mean,
Even
it
if
was,
it's
it
for
was
his
a lot
one
of
I'm
years
not
ago.
saying the guy like, you know,
I mean, he made out on that
exploded.
thing.
I'm just saying that, you know, I mean,
He looks the same.
he was like the cat's pajamas for a little while there.
I love that Chocolate Rain song.
Is this
So
gonna
good.
take? Is this
The,
gonna
the
take long?
rhythm,
'Cause I got
the
to go
medley
soon.
of that, the melody of that song was just so great.
That's all right. I'll lose anyway.
Uh,
All right, here we go. Go. Clue number one.
What
What are
are
your
the
initials?
letters?
BP.
BP.
Do you fall
Okay.
asleep or something?
Bravo P.
Bravo
whatever.
Papa.
Bravo Papa.
Giving them all away, Scott.
Big Popeye.
Well, that's just the
Bravo,
letters.
Papa. Here we go. Clue number one. Was a prominent part of a 2006 video game that sold over 80 million copies. Clue number two. Briefly appeared in 1985's Teen Wolf. Great movie.
Hmm.
The reveal when the dad's a werewolf too. So great.
Yeah.
Look
at me. Look at you.
I've not seen it.
Clear number.
Nice spoiler.
Oh, whatever. The
Couldn't help it.
movie's the
Couldn't
movie.
help it.
The
You
movie
just-
is 40 years old. It's 40 years old.
40 Scott.
Clue number three. Are almost always red and white. Kabuki Kid, Teen Wolf is awesome, and you need to shut your mouth. Number four. Frequently seen in a 1996 Farrelly Brothers comedy.
Fairly.
I've heard it both ways.
I love Psych.
Aldi.
Go.
Bowling pin.
Oh,
Ooh.
Ding! You are correct, sir. Aldi's on the board.
That's the only movie. The only Farrell Brothers movie. I
top
can remember.
10 comedy all time. Come at
Yep.
me. Come at me.
11, at least 11.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one. Top 10. I mean, that's something we'd have to discuss.
What video game was it in?
Beat after
Bowling pin.
beat after
Wii game, wasn't it?
The Wii. The Wii.
Yeah. We bowled.
Oh,
Wii bowling.
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's a stretch.
Yeah.
Well, it came with every Wii.
Yeah,
right?
whatever.
Wii
console.
Sports, and bowling.
But
was
a
huge
bowling
part.
pin was not in the game, was it?
Bowling
Bowling
pins
was
were
in the
in
game.
You
Yeah,
had a
bowling,
bowling
yeah.
game.
The bowling game is the only time I've ever seen my grandmother play a video game in
Video
her
game,
entire life.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, it was fun.
Wii bowling. It's the only one she played too. She wouldn't play any other ones.
Well, that was the
Knew
best
what she
one.
liked.
It was. But she wouldn't even
Alright.
try it.
The
She
Wii
knew
tennis
what
was
she
fun.
liked.
Wii tennis was fun. The Wii boxing was garbage. Anyway, clue number one. Has been seen on South Park, America's Got Talent, and 2.5 Men.
South Park. Hmm.
Clue number two. Connected to a 2006's... Clue number two. Connected to 2006's Cars. Clue number three. Was played by Jason Sudeikis on Saturday Night Live following a racial controversy or controversy. Depending upon where
I've
you
heard it both ways.
Thank you. I didn't understand that first one.
Okay.
Controversy.
Clue number 4. Connected to Peyton Manning. Clue number 5. Often seen wearing a hat.
If you're talking South Park, they all got hats.
It's BM, right? BM.
BP.
No.
BP.
BP.
Final clue. Yes, it's Bowling Min. Idiot.
Bravo Pop. Got it.
Final clue. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You rang in.
Bill Parcells.
Final clue. Has sold over 11 million albums, won Grammys, and is a member of the Grand Ole Opry. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Forrest.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Bravo Papa.
Matt. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brad Paisley.
Bolly
Paisley.
Parton.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
country guy. Huh?
Brad
Brad Paisley.
Paisley.
Never heard of him.
Is it country?
Really?
I could.
I've heard.
No?
I've never. I don't know his music, but I've heard.
Is
of
that
him.
surprising?
I think he's pretty. I think he's name brand recognition. I mean,
He's a
Yeah.
wicked fucking guitar player, is what he is.
Yeah, he's a good
Okay.
artist.
I
Here
don't.
we go. Clue number 1. A 1998 miniseries about Chef Gordon Ramsay. Clue number 2. This show is connected to a then unknown 19-year-old Lady Gaga. Clue number 3. A 1993 film with Wesley Snipes and Dennis Hopper.
Oh.
Clue number 4. What's the
Guys.
name of... Go ahead.
Boiling Point.
Boiling Point
Wow.
is correct. The clue you interrupted was a hidden camera TV show on MTV.
Boiling Point.
I remember that movie.
I do not.
Don't remember at all.
Mm.
I remember the movie. I couldn't remember the name.
Was it what's the
Direct to
final
video.
clue? What was the final clue?
Final clue was a figurative line beyond which makes a person angry, outraged, or agitated.
Mm.
Yeah.
There you go.
That was
Number
maybe like
1.
100 degrees or something.
Number 1. Most commonly connected
Cool.
to summer. Number 2. This one's for Matt. Popular in the U.S. and Canada.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Matt,
I said, go ahead, Matt.
barometric pressure.
I
Ooh.
tell you what, it's not very popular here.
I mean,
That's
that's,
nice.
I think it's a valid clue.
We don't talk
Yeah.
about it at all.
Summer.
Yeah.
It's
Number
a
3.
fad.
Considered relatively easy to make. Clue number 4. It's circular.
Barry.
Ugh.
Bagel puffs.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
Clue number 5. Involves crust. Final clue. This is the official dessert of Maine. 5,
Blood.
Barry.
4. Barry.
Blueberry
What?
pie.
Blueberry pie is correct.
I thought
Well
it was
done.
blood too, Barry.
Yeah, I was thinking Stephen King in Maine. So it's got to be blood and
Blood.
something. Blood and puffs.
I'm surprised. I'm
I thought it was some
surprised.
kind of pizza.
Stand by Me wasn't a clue in there.
Yeah, that
No.
was
Yeah.
terrible. That was a terrible set of clues.
Yeah.
Oh my
Stand By Me
God!
after that was
Anytime
perfect.
you
It
don't
was
give it
terrible.
right, Scott,
It was so terrible.
It's
They
terrible.
were
It's
nothing.
terrible.
It caused
They
a
were.
bufferama.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be a better
Number
clue
1.
than
Yeah, that would be a better clue.
any of them.
Clue number 1. Sometime, and it did cause a barfarama.
Yes,
The
it did.
Ipecac the guy
did.
drank caused the barfarama.
Yeah, sure, but
Yeah.
it was involved with a Barfarama.
So your clue would have been incorrect. It would have been misleading.
Give me a break, mate. It's 6:47 in the morning. I'm on tea number 2. There's no coffee because I still can't taste coffee because there's fucking COVID shit. Ah,
Oh, it's rough, man.
and I can't
So
see which
embarrassing.
screen you are.
Well, why can't you just then you can just guzzle it down. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Oh,
taste. Right?
yes, boiling hot. It's at
You know what
boiling
I had-
point.
You know, I
Boiling
had-
point.
212 degrees.
Just so
Yeah.
you know, I had COVID before there were vaccines, and I didn't lose
He
any
had it when it was
sense
cool.
of taste whatsoever. I had COVID when it was cool.
Yes, you
Just so
did.
you
Learn how to get
you lost sense of
COVID,
taste. You had
Barry.
me as a
What's your
friend.
problem?
Yeah, learn how to get COVID better. Please. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Sometimes features art or holograms. Clue number 2. Connected to Guitar Hero. Clue number 3. Connected to performances. Clue number 4. Appeared in 1992's Wayne's World.
Matt?
Go
No,
for it.
never mind.
Okay.
Whoa.
Oh, he gets to back it out.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was
no,
gonna
no,
say,
yeah, I'm
it's
sorry.
time.
I'm sorry. You're right. 5 seconds. 5.
Impressive.
Backstage pass.
You are correct.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
I
iced the
missed it.
kicker and you
Yeah,
missed.
ice the kicker. Yeah.
Yeah. Often end up as memorabilia. It's a credential that gives access to restricted areas at concerts.
The hologram thing threw me
I'm
off.
surprised you pulled back on
Short
that.
back.
The lasers and whatever.
Holograms.
Yeah.
Holograms.
Mm.
Oh,
The
hologram
hologram
yeah,
thing
yeah.
threw me off. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Has connections to Dartmouth and Bucknell.
Bucknell and Dartmouth.
Clue number 2. Has
College.
appeared on The
College.
Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon.
What?
Who hasn't?
Clue number 2. Has appeared on The Tonight Show with starring Jimmy Fallon.
Okay.
Clue number 3. Commonly features a triangle formation. Clue number 4. Includes bouncing.
Aldi.
Go for
Aldi.
it. Go.
You can call my name. Beer pong.
Very well. You got it correct. Is that okay? Those clues okay?
Well, I was
for
just
you?
waiting for the
Yeah.
acknowledgement that I was being
Yes, you were
called.
right, and you got in.
Acknowledge him.
Got it.
Yes. Acknowledge
Not
me.
be ignored.
Oh, Forrest, we gotta.
Yeah, those clues were amazing.
Have our 10
Those were like
minutes
the
of
best
discussing
clues.
what we think's
Best
gonna happen at
ever.
WrestleMania.
It's
We
getting
gotta-
hot.
after
It's
this is over.
getting hot.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Seen in 2020's Doolittle.
Ugh. Who's seen that?
Forrest.
2020s.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Bill
with
Paxton, baby.
And he was
Yeah.
dead.
He was dead
by
yeah.
2020,
Yeah.
just so you know. All right. Clue number 2. Seen in 2002's Die Another Day.
There
Number
would have been a
3.
good guess.
Seen in 2014's Paddington.
Barry,
Go for it.
British person.
And
Good guess. Good guess.
Ah!
clue number 4. Seen on the Netflix series The Crown.
Bill Paxton.
Number
Gonna be
5.
something stupid, isn't it?
Is sometimes a site for mourning.
What was
Oh.
that?
Is sometimes a site for mourning. Final clue. Has over 700 rooms and has the
Matt.
large. Go
Aldi.
for it.
Buckingham Palace.
Is correct.
Yeah.
Buckingham Palace. Is
What were the
correct.
movies?
Paddington,
Doolittle,
Die Another Day.
Die Another Day, and Paddington.
Okay.
Here we go. Clue number 1.
It was
Seen by a ghost in 1995. Clue number 2. Seen by a crocodile in 1999. Number 3. Hosted Saturday Night Live in 1996.
Aldi.
Go for it.
Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
And
Ah.
I was thinking the same.
number
I
4.
didn't want to. I just wanted to steal it away.
Appeared in Outer Space in 1987. Number 5. Was President Thomas J. Whitmore in a 1996 film?
Independence Day. Barry. Oh, Barry. Bill
Yes.
Not Bill Paxton. Oh,
5, 4, 3,
Peterson.
2,
No.
1.
Paul.
And
That would be PNPP.
Hey, I got a very weak bladder, so I need.
Final clue. Was in Ruthless People, Sleepless in Seattle, Newsies, The Grudge, and Spaceballs.
Yes, Kabuki, that one.
5.
Oh, Bill Barry.
Barry.
It's Bill
5.
Pullman.
Bill Pullman. Yes, you got there. That is correct. It is
Nice
Bill-
pull.
I could see his face,
Bill
but
Pullman.
Paxton came to my
So,
mouth.
so as an aside, Sleepless in Seattle, fine,
Paxton
whatever,
came to
rom-com, whatever. Like Bill Pullman is Melanie Griffith's like fiance or whatever,
Mhm.
and they have this whole thing where it's like, but she's like with Bill Pullman and everything like that, and then they have like their meal or whatever, and then they've got the moment where the lights turn on at the whatever place, and she realizes she needs to go to the skyscraper to meet Tom Hanks and like literally like she's been with this Bill Pullman guy for years,
Empire
and they're
State
gonna
Building?
get married, and then she's just like, oh, I have to go and meet this guy that I've never met in real life or whatever or anything like that, and then
But didn't
she's
they
like,
have like a long, like, weren't they emailing or something?
no,
He was reading-
that was You've Got Mail.
He was reading his books or something.
I don't know. I forget why. But I was always just like, Bill Pullman got hosed in that movie. He's just
Yeah.
like, he wasn't a jerk. He wasn't an a-hole.
Yeah,
He
he was
had
good,
like
yeah.
some things about him that were kind of maybe a little bit annoying. Like he was a hypochondriac. I remember he had like a stuffy nose or something. And like, she was always handing him Kleenex, I think was one scene. But it was like also, and then like he was just a nice guy. And then she's like, I'm sorry, I can't marry you or whatever. I have to go meet this complete stranger on a skyscraper. And he's just like, are you okay with this? And he's like, yeah, it's fine. You can go.
Is that how it was? I don't remember it being like that.
Thanks for wasting years of my life. I really
They had to move the plot along, Lance.
thank you so much.
I don't remember it being like that, but maybe you're right.
No, I remember
I
watching
wonder if
that
that's worth
movie.
watching again at all.
Yeah,
I
I was
kind of
just
like
kind
it.
of like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? I would be like throwing glasses of water in her face.
What happened to
Mm.
Meg Ryan? She was in everything and now in nothing.
No, she got old.
It could be.
I mean,
The horrible thing about Hollywood is that if an actress gets old, she doesn't get movies anymore, but men
Mhm.
do. It's an incredibly like weird misogynistic sexist thing that happens
Yeah.
in Hollywood.
I'm trying to remember if something happened like behind the scenes with her.
I don't
think-
remember anything offhand. I mean, I remember like when Julia Louis-Dreyfus, like she made a big joke about the fact that like when she turned 50, she no longer had to be sexy anymore because Hollywood wouldn't see her as like as a sex object or whatever. Like, so she didn't have to try to be like pretty or anything anymore. And they made a big joke about it. I remember, and that was like it was kind of a scathing look at how Hollywood looks at women, and it's true. It's kind of shitty and awful.
Yeah.
Anyway, here we go. Number 1. Connected to legendary soccer star Pele.
Pele.
So you,
Hey,
Barry.
I've heard it both ways.
Pele.
Number 2. Has been stolen. Number 3. Originally known as the Wicked Wench. Number 4. Has appeared in films with Johnny Depp.
Aldi.
Go.
Black Pearl.
The Black Pearl. You are correct. You are correct.
I have no idea how it relates to the other ones.
I think it was Pele's nickname or nickname or whatever,
That
which
was
is
his name?
horrible in a way. The Black Pearl ship was stolen in the movies.
I only
And
saw
then
the first movie and nothing else.
That first movie is solid.
Yeah.
It's a solid movie.
Couple of them are pretty good. My family's going through them right now. We enjoy it. A
I
little
fell
long.
asleep through one of them.
Yeah, they're long. They're long.
Yeah,
Longer
Solid
than
movie.
need to be.
Wasn't there one movie like over 3 hours?
There was what?
Isn't
Probably
one of
when
them
I
like
fell
over
asleep
3
through.
hours?
Could
Pretty
be. I don't
sure.
know.
There's one that's super long and it's like completely weird too. They have this whole like weird dream sequence with Johnny Depp and
White Sands and shit. Was that the one?
yeah, it was
Yeah.
weird.
Oh, is that where he's like? Yeah, I think I've seen part of that.
There we
Any more
go. Clue number
questions?
one.
He's like in a desert.
Yeah.
Yep. Debuted in 1994. Number two. Directly connected to the Isley Brothers' Between the Sheets. Number three. Will Ferrell performed this as Robert Goulet on Saturday Night Live. Number four. This is a nickname of a person who died in 1997. Number five. It was nominated for a Grammy, but lost to Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio. Final clue. Off the album Ready to Die, this was a hit for the Notorious B.I.G.
Forrest.
Go. 5.
Oh, Barry. Oh, go ahead.
Big Papa.
That is correct,
Yeah.
Forrest.
Ooh, we pulled it
Big
out of there.
Papa
Yeah.
is.
I was trying to think of the name of the song. Like I knew the song, but I was like, what the hell's the name?
Never would have got that.
All right. Forrest is on the board, tied with me. With 4 left, it is anybody's game. It's anybody's game.
Anybody's game.
Even not Barry.
Yeah,
Good.
but
Good.
I'm gonna have to go because I've got to go and open up the chickens before they kill each other in their chicken hut. So I will see you guys later,
Yeah,
See you,
Take it easy.
Barry.
Good
Have a good
seeing you.
evening. and good to see you all.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
is it?
Not Barry. Anyway, clue number 1. Often connected to fashion shows. Clue number 2. Connected to Ed Sheeran. Clue number 3. The general use of this term originated in the 1960s. Clue number 4 was partially produced by Trent Reznor. Clue number 5. The title comes from a 1967 book that exposed the luxurious jet set lifestyle. Final clue was the lead single from Antichrist Superstar, the
Barry.
1990.
Alden.
Go.
I was thinking, beautiful people.
Beautiful People is correct.
That's a
I
great
worked
song.
security for a concert where Marilyn Manson was the opening act for White Zombie.
Oh, really?
I'm trying to remember what the second band was. It'll come to me in a second. I can picture them.
The Melvins.
No.
Yeah, I've seen him.
uh,
I've seen him several times for 9 Inch Nails. I hated all of it.
I
I mean, I didn't like it until that glam album he did. Was that Antichrist Superstar? I don't know. That was it.
I don't remember.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that was a good album, but everything else I did not like.
I like was it Deep Six? Like that's one of his newer stuffs too, but that's one of my favorites. I think that's my favorite song of all time. Deep Six. I think it is. Yeah, I'm a big fan. And I've seen him perform once. He's really good.
It's gonna bother me that I can't think of this band name. I'll have to think about it later. I'll try to Google it and figure it out. But yeah, they were the opening, and I worked security for that concert. And I remember, um, he was such an unknown. He was just wandering around in the crowd, and people didn't recognize him. And he was just people were walking up, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, are you Marilyn Manson?" And he was like so out of his gourd, like either he was out of his gourd on drugs, or he was acting like it, or he was just really weird, and he was just kind of
Mechanical Animals was the one I was thinking of.
Oh yeah.
and
It's a
people
good
were
one.
like, "Are you Marilyn Manson?" And he was like, "Yeah." Well, hey, will you sign this? Sure. And then he would just slowly, like super slow, like barely able to hold on to a pen and stuff like that. And then when we realized that he was wandering around the crowd, the guy who was he was like, "You," and he pointed to me, "Follow him and make sure you get him backstage." It's like, and so I just had to like kind of handle him for like 45 minutes as he just kind of wandered around. He was a nice guy. He was just, yeah, he seemed like a nice guy.
It's just misunderstood.
I think
Yeah.
he's not a nice guy though.
No,
From what I heard,
He's done
yeah,
some.
nah.
He's done some shit.
What I heard, yeah.
no, from what, yeah, like it's come out that he's kind of a turd. So,
Yeah.
but at
I can see that.
the time, he just had that one album, and he had like the two songs off that album, including the cover of "Sweet Dreams," and then so whatever. All right, here we go. Clue
Here we
number
go.
one. Three left. Clue number one. Connected to Bilbo Baggins in The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Number two. Was famously forgotten in a 1984 John Hughes film. Number three. Featured a devil costume in 1990's Problem Child.
Forrest.
Go for it.
Bill Paxton.
Glad he did it.
Clue number
I
four.
couldn't quite get anything out of it.
Often intensified for milestones.
Matt,
Go.
birthday party.
Birthday
Ooh,
party. Is
good
correct.
one.
Often forgotten. Not sure if the birthday party's forgotten.
What?
If that clue is valid.
Oh my gosh.
That's
you're just
Do you forget the birthday or the birthday party?
well, they
By
can't you
being
say it was
pedantic
both
about it.
technically? All right,
No, I think the birthday is
so
more.
Matt leaps into the lead with 4. Aldi, you can run the table at the last two and win.
Okay.
Barry, you could tie. Lance and Forrest are out of the running, but can still play. Here we go. Clue number one, debuted in a sense in 2018. Clue number two, however, this first appeared in print in July of 1966. Clue number three, connected to a party. Clue number four, connected to vibranium.
Forrest.
Go for it, Forrest.
Black Panther.
Black Panther is correct.
Spoiled me.
Got
All
two.
right, here we go. This is Scott's chance to tie. Anybody but Scott.
No.
I'm
Matt
going with
wins.
it. Spoiler. Here we
Here we
come.
go.
Do it.
King
Clue number
Meg.
one was Cliff Booth.
Aldi.
Go for
Boy.
it.
Bill Paxton.
I love it. I was going to do that too.
Clue number two was David Mills. Clue number three was Rusty Ryan. Number 4 was Metro Man. Number 5 was Lieutenant Aldo Rain. Final clue. Was Tyler Durden.
Matt, Brad Pitt.
Oh, yeah.
Brad Pitt is.
I feel like we should have got that one a little earlier.
Probably should have got that.
Yeah.
Those are obscure roles, though.
Well, they did that on purpose, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Aldo Rain is the guy from Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, sure, but
You remember his name?
Yeah,
though?
no one
sure,
knows that
right.
name if you call it like in 2 seconds. Good game, man.
Very nice. Very nicely done.
Would
It's weird that we hooked on Bill Paxton and not Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
I mean, David Mills is the guy from Seven.
That's DM.
It was David Mills.
I know. I get it.
You moron.
You dummy.
You
Was
dummy. Just make it happen, dummy.
Wasn't he like should have said like death. Played death.
Was death.
Was death.
Um,
Or wasn't he
Rusty Ryan, who he is in Ocean's 11, 12, and 13.
oh yeah.
To be fair, I had to Google it.
Brad Pitt has played a lot of movies.
He has been in the business a long time.
He's 60.
Is he? Yeah.
Was
Makes
he
sense.
Benjamin Buttons? Or no?
I never saw it. It was one of those things where I was
Yeah,
like,
he was
eh.
Benjamin Button.
God, I can't remember the name of this band right now. It's driving me freaking crazy.
You guys seen Bullet Train?
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Very good movie. I really enjoyed it.
It's a really good book
Oh,
too. I mean, if you like, so okay, so here I'm gonna backtrack here. I will say, have any of you ever read Japanese fiction? So if you read Japanese
Whoa.
fiction, it's written in a certain way that it's different. It's hard to put your finger on it, right? It's just, and I think it has something to do with the translation to English. And it's also just obviously different cultures, that kind of thing, right? It's kind of like how like my dad really loves reading Scandinavian detective stories. It's like it's weird. And he said you can just tell the difference when you read a Scandinavian detective story as compared to an like a American.
Scandinavian.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, the girl with the dragon tattoo, like that kind of started this whole genre of Scandinavian mysteries and detective stories. And so
Okay.
and so my dad like just consumes those like constantly. He just reads them constantly. And you can tell. And like so I got turned on to Japanese fiction um by somebody strongly suggested that I read this book called The Colorless I forgot what it is. It's like this, it's basically like this kind of like this journey of the story of a person going through their life. And it is. And so once I started reading that and then I read some other stuff, when somebody said you gotta read Bullet Train, it's really good. And I read that book like it was like a couple months before it came out, and it was like it was tough. It was tough to get through that book. It was like really weird. It was good, but it was tough. And then when the movie came out, I was like, oh, I wonder if they did it any justice. And they really did. They did the book a lot of justice at that movie. And that movie, it's tough to explain, but that movie is like reading Japanese fiction. How like everything's got a backstory and everything's got something else behind it, and surprising things happening all constantly and stuff like that. Bullet Train. Really, really good movie. Yeah, and it's one of those movies that like you think, oh, I can just kind of half pay attention to this, and no, but it kind of grabs you, and you start. I don't know. It's highly enjoyable. I would
Yep.
like it. I would suggest it's a good little movie to watch, to read, to do whatever.
I've been meaning to watch it.
Yeah. No, it's good
I guess
stuff.
they're not going to make any more Girl with a Dragon Tattoo movies. They made that one, and that's it.
And they wanted to do more, but then it just never really went anywhere.
I don't think it took off. Yeah, I thought it was
They made
good.
a couple of them.
I think
They made 3, didn't they?
Yeah, I thought they did.
Kicks the horn and
In
snaps.
English?
Well, no, they did the Norwegian ones.
Yeah, they made. I've seen the
Yeah.
foreign ones, but not the.
I thought they did it in English too.
No,
think so.
Fincher did the one, and then they didn't do the follow-ups. I remember reading that book.
That was
Somebody
such a
like,
great-
you got to read this
They
book.
played
And
the immigrant song. That was such a great preview.
yeah. For the American one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked the American one. That was great. I liked it. I preferred it to the Norwegian ones or whatever.
I read the books. They're really good.
Is it Norwegian?
It's Scandinavian. The Scandinavian version of Let the Right One In is way better than the American one. Have you ever watched that?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a good horror movie. Let the Right One In. Is the person
Swedish,
is the
by
kid
way.
is the kid that lives
All the
next door
same
to me
guy.
a
He's Swedish.
vampire or not?
It's not Norwegian.
Sorry, Jesus.
Swedish.
Scandinavian.
Swedish.
Let the Right One In, the Swedish or whatever, the Scandinavian.
Oh, I don't
version
know.
of
I've been
that.
talking about the girl with the dragon tattoo. I don't know.
Well, no,
about that.
I know.
Numi Rapace went to high school with what's his name? The guy that played the new RoboCop there. I'm blanking on his name.
Peter Weller.
They were-
No.
Oh, the guy. I know. I know
He's in
about.
also the space thing.
The Apple thing. Yeah.
Yeah, which is
For
really
all
good.
mankind.
What the
Joel
hell?
What the hell is
Kinnaman?
his- Yeah.
No, yeah, Joel Kinnaman.
Never heard of him. I'm just googling crap.
Yeah,
Is that new
was
RoboCop
in-
any good?
I didn't mind it. Not great, but I didn't mind it.
It's not offensive.
No.
Well, you know, I mean, it's like damning with vain praise. You know,
I liked
didn't mind it,
the original RoboCop was nice.
dude. I almost puked on that thing. Golly, that thing.
Yeah, that was a violent
gross.
movie.
The beginning was really gross.
The first RoboCop.
Yeah, it was like rated X, wasn't it?
We didn't have X. We don't have X in Canada.
Okay.
We have R.
R.
I think that and Hellraiser. So that Hellraiser and Fright Night are the couple movies I almost puked in. I'm like, I
Oh.
gotta, I'm holding my nose kind of thing, you know, like trying to stave off the puke feeling. We've talked about Fright Night, right?
The
I've never
original or
seen
the
it.
remake?
The original.
The original's fantastic.
It's so good. I love that movie. It's everything about
Fright
it.
Night's excellent. Yeah.
It's on my list to watch.
They did a remake of it.
Is it family friendly or no?
No.
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 It's pretty rough.
Say no more.
I mean, it's awesome though. You know, I mean, you kind of want your kids to watch it, but like not at that age you're at now.
Okay.
Yeah,
More like
I mean,
And I think it's a rated R.
date night movie. Got it.
And it's
The 1985 version.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
love what like yeah, it's just like strangers in the night. Yeah, it's just he the guy playing the vampire is just so good. And Peter Vincent, fearless
Chris
vampire killer.
Yes, Roddy McDowell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's good. He's great. How do you find the original rating of a movie? Is it on IMDb or something?
I'm sure it was rated R.
Rated R. Yeah.
Well, there's the scene where he like because the reason he starts peeping, we're looking because he sees the naked girl in the window. That's why. That's
That's what you remember about it? Okay.
No,
I don't
well,
know.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're like when you're 13 and there's like
Oh, okay.
there's-
Yeah, whatever, man. No,
no, because that's why. That's
no
because he
judgment.
sees the girl and then he starts. So he gets the binoculars to like because he's a teenage boy, and that's when he sees like the guy's got the long freaking fingernails and
God, I need to watch it again. I haven't watched it in so many years.
yeah, and then
I wonder if it probably holds
and
up.
then he sees that they're burying something in the backyard.
I like the original. I like the remake, but I didn't think it was as good as the original.
Yeah, it wasn't as good. I just no. Yeah, Chris Sarandon was great as the man, and then I forget the guy's like ghoul that like watches over him was really good.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the effects now are pretty dated, like, but man, oh man, just yeah, Roddy McDowell was so perfect
Yep.
in the role as well, and yep, a very young Amanda Bierce before she went on to Married with Children fame.
Right.
The love interest is played by Marcy from
was she
Married
the
with Children.
Yeah.
Oh, she was the love interest? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I was
right.
like,
No, I remember, yeah.
yeah. So, yeah, that was a good movie. Highly rewatchable movie as well. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Uh Trying to remember. I really wish I could remember the name of this goddamn band. And I can't believe I'm having I mean I'm trying to I can picture their album cover. I can picture and I'm trying to just I can't remember to save my life. Oh well. It's not that big a deal. Let's see, bands that toured with White Zombie.
I feel like more stuff happened in the week, but I keep getting jammed up with these BGG problems.
And BGG.
Having lots of server problems lately. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed something.
It's basically distracting me because I have to do work
Son of
on servers.
fucking work.
No, it's hard to do because it's hard to run the make changes on the website. It's like changing tires on a car while it's running a race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can't really just fix something that easily. It takes a while.
You remember when you said the Melvins? I was just looking up like
Yeah, the Melvins.
Wait, who do in July 2nd, 1996, and at the Starwood Amphitheater, Antioch, Tennessee, White Zombie, supported by the Melvins and Reverend Horton Heat.
Horton Heat. Yeah, they're from
Wait,
Denver.
didn't Scott guess the Melvins?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, but it wasn't the Melvins. It was just the one I'm thinking of wasn't the Melvins. I was just like, really? The Melvins?
Hey, Evan.
Hey, Evan.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. We need to get a game going.
I'm ready. What do you want
ready
to
for a
play?
game?
Hit me up with anything. I'll do it.
It was something.
Yeah.
I gotta say,
I went from having like 40 games going at once to like one.
Oh my God, I
on
went to this
BGA.
concert at Target Center in Minneapolis in 96, August 5th. White Zombie, Pantera, Deftones, and I Hate God. That was a great concert.
I've never heard of I Hate God.
You know, it's
No.
EYE, Hate God.
Of course.
You never heard of I Hate God?
No,
Oh man,
Shocking.
I had several. of their
Everybody's heard of
albums.
I Hate God. I mean, come on.
Yeah, come on, Evan.
If you would listen to metal in
Where the
like
hell
the
you been?
'90s, I bet
Or
you
you call
Kabuki Kid
yourself a
remembers I
metalhead.
Hate God.
Yeah, Evan.
I'm the least metalhead of anybody that was in my band.
Mm.
I just
And that's saying something.
Yeah, wow. I'm not a big metalhead.
Yet.
Yet there's still time.
Yet you're in a
was-
metal band.
I was in the, depressed mood and
Oh yeah.
Cure and yeah.
Yeah, I'm still into Depeche Mode.
Yeah, me too. That's my jam.
When
Did you get my feels?
Did you get your Gen Con hotel rooms and all that stuff? Or is it this weekend? That's this
Gen
weekend,
Con?
right? Gen Con.
Oh, Gamma.
I got
Oh,
our
Gamma.
Gen Con rooms,
Gamma's coming
baby.
You're not going to Gen Con, are you,
Well,
Devin?
no.
Me
Well,
either.
maybe. Gen Con's the maybe.
Who's going to Gen Con? Lance and that's
I
it.
got
Maybe.
a room.
Maybe.
I got a room already booked that you're more than welcome to crash.
How'd you
with.
get a room?
I had a huge snafu last year with
Oh,
they
I
bumped
remember
me.
that. I remember
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And we got bumped, and then so they locked me down for this year. I should probably look into that soon. But yeah,
Make sure.
I
Make
am.
sure it's real.
They probably just need to make you happy for the moment, and then you're
Yeah.
I'm
no, I got like a
experimenting.
confirmation. I think.
Oh, let's double check that.
confirmation.
I'm experimenting with the hypothesis that going to Gen Con does not really affect my bottom line in terms of
Almost
revenue.
assuredly.
It's fun.
What's that?
Almost assuredly, it doesn't.
Yeah. So I would
Unless
rather
you have
save the money.
Unless you have the
and-
greatest connection in the world, which I don't think is going to happen. I mean, but you had it last year. You had that party, right?
I did. I
Yeah.
did.
Yeah. Which that was awesome.
It was good. I really
Is it-
enjoyed
yeah.
it.
Did any business come of it, or is it still
Not real. That wasn't what it was about.
right?
I'm sure business came for other people.
Yeah.
A lot of
stuff's
people
tough to
have
measure.
mentioned to me that they
Right.
wanted to do business together. Have I actually followed up with anybody?
Yeah.
No.
A lot of people say. I mean, I mean, I like going to cons and I like having meetings, maybe, but nothing ever happens.
Hmm.
Like, I'm not that person to make something happen with another company. They have to
Yeah.
make it happen with me,
Yeah.
which may be a problem for me, but I don't know.
It's worked so far.
But it's, yeah, I mean, I've had so many meetings and it's just like, we talk and say we're going to do something and nothing happens.
Yep.
Do you want to set up a meeting to
A
have
lot
a
of
meeting?
talk. What's that?
Set up a meeting to talk about having a meeting? That's what I'm
No.
doing.
Can we set up a Zoom to talk about this
Actually,
hypothetical meeting?
I got Google on the line this week.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Well, they
That's
want to
not
sell me something. The
like
sales guy will
impossible.
call me.
Wow.
I
No.
can't get anybody else technical to call me.
What are they
No.
trying to get you to
Problems.
buy?
Just a sales guy. Yeah.
Oh, you know, anything.
Yeah.
What's
Anything
Google
everything.
sell? I mean, I don't get door.
Oh, they-
I don't get door to door deals
So
dailies
they-
from Google.
Well, well, it's tech, right?
Uh-huh.
They're like, what do you want to accomplish this year?
Oh, I hate questions like
So
that.
I give them the list, and a couple of them are hard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can make that happen with Google. And I'm like, okay. I go, but here's the problem with me and Google, and I'm totally candid with them. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't trust you because I can't get you a whole, like, I've had this problem for months
Yeah.
now with their YouTube shit, API. Can't get a hold of anybody. Can't fix anything. Filed a problem many times. Gone through the couple different back channels. Can't get anything happen.
Yeah.
Why would I get into business with you?
Yeah.
I'm not going to be treated properly.
Right.
I'm not big enough for you to care.
What do
It's
they
like-
say to that?
Oh, he's like, oh, of course he wants to solve the
sir.
problems.
Oh,
He
sir.
wants
wants
to
to-
schmooze you.
It was the first he was hearing of it. Believe me, he's like the third guy in our tech. It's a tech salesperson. He's a very nice guy. I really like him.
Yeah.
Like talking to him. He's fun. Born in 1995. I made a joke. I said, started Board Game Geek in 2000. I go, were you born yet? It's just kind of a joke, but he laughed. He was born in 95. So he's 5 years old. Now put that in perspective. He was 5 years old. Crazy. And now he's at Google. He's been there for 4 years.
Nice.
Mhm.
Anyway, but it's just, I got to be really perfectly frank with them. I'm just like, I can't get into business with Google because it is I mean, I use Google all the time. We use it for tons of stuff, and something goes wrong. What do? I can't call anybody. There's no one to talk to. There's no email support. Anyway.
I had my business listing like with the wrong address for like 2 years.
Yeah.
I couldn't fix it.
By the way, there's a wrong entrance on my map. Minor problem of my house.
Yeah.
So it needs to be marked one way. Can't change it.
Nope.
I tried it. I've submitted the correction once every few months. Nothing ever happens.
Yeah.
Did you know you can submit corrections to Google Maps?
No,
You read
that
it?
makes
Yeah,
sense.
you basically say this road is a one way. You could click on it and make it.
And they just wait for like some percentage of users to say that. and
I
then
try to
they-
tell all my friends to make
Yeah.
that correction, and
Yeah. If it's not 50,000 people putting in that same exact thing, then it's
yeah,
not an issue.
it's not even gonna raise to the
Yeah.
level of being dealt with.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with technology.
Static X.
I mean-
that's the name of the band.
Oh,
Oh,
love
I pulled it
Static
up.
X. I
Ah,
actually
Static
fun
I
X.
couldn't
story.
remember. Oh, thank God! I really,
Are
I
we
had
just
to.
naming random bands? Enough.
No, no,
enough.
I
Can
literally,
I tell my
literally
Static X
went.
story?
I went to so I'll let you tell the story. Just go ahead. But one of an invaluable tool is concertarchives.org. If you ever have been to a concert, ever, and you're trying to remember who was at that concert, what band was that? You can find it at concertarchives.org. So I just went to concertarchives.org, went for searching for
Crazy.
Rob Zombie concerts that
That's
were
amazing.
in a certain area near me, and then I found it, and then I found Static X. So there you go.
Wow.
Static X was the band I couldn't remember for the when they were this. It was Marilyn Manson, Static X, and Rob Zombie or White Zombie. Anyway, your story, Static X.
No. First, I want to give you the most sincere possible thank you that I possibly can. You know how much I love music, and I've always wanted to make like a list of every band that I've ever seen. So when I get old, I can still remember stuff. And I just never see possible because I have like a ticket stub, but I don't remember the opening bands. So
Yeah.
I am incredibly excited that you just mentioned that website.
What is
I'm
it called?
stoked. Concertarchives.org, Scott.
Concertarchive.org. There's no multiple.
cool.
Concertarchive.org.
It's on this post-it note if you need it. Boom. Oh, so Static X.
You enter the date, and it's got the whole lineup.
Yeah, and then like you can search by area, you can search by band, you can search, there's like 1,000 different things you can do to like search for it. So
This isn't even in here, my concert that I'm looking up.
I wonder if it's got the Bronco Ball. Nope.
Some archive this is.
Oh, I gotta do
Come on,
a-
users.
venues. Bronco Ball. There was a great venue here called Bronco Ball. It was a bowling alley and a concert arena, like
Oh, yeah.
3,000 people. It's great. So small.
Oh wow.
Awesome. It shut down years ago. I wanted to see. So there was a Moby concert Michelle and I saw, and I don't remember anybody but Moby. So I'm curious to see if they've got that.
Yeah, it's a great idea. I love the website. Oh, so Static X. So same thing. We got this amazing bar, Pierre's. I saw like 100 concerts there. Big people, little people, Snoop Dogg, Nickelback, Creed, bunch like it had a lot of people. And Static X came one time, and it was like general admission, just like a big freaking pit, big stage in the front, and you just cram into there. It's a bar. And so I decided this time to like put my hair up. This was like peak long hair. I used to have hair that was like down to the middle of my back. And I had my girlfriend at the time, Rachel, like look online and find a concoction of stuff that would like make my hair really stick up. So she made like the stuff with like egg yolks and whatnot. And I've had like this massive spike. I ended up just doing one huge spike in the center of my head. It was like probably about 15, 16 inches tall, like pretty tall, pretty long hair. And I'm at this concert and it's just packed balls deep. Just like you've been to a concert like that. Everybody's been to a concert.
Yeah, totally.
And like so I'm headbanging, like going crazy, and I'm near the front. I like to be 3-4 rows. I like to have certain strategies I use to like nudge forward, move your way forward through the crowd, like how you do sometimes. And what I ended up doing, this is totally an asshole thing to even admit, was I started to sweat so hot and everybody was so hot. It was just and the hair thing started to like fall and it fell down. So it was, but it didn't come apart. So it was just like I had this big wiggly, like almost like just sloppy thing on the top of my head, but it's like long, it's like a little whip. And so I was like using it to like clear space to get to the front of Static X. And I got to the front row, whipping people with hair and kind of nudging through. I was a total asshole. Wouldn't recommend doing it, but it was awesome. It was cool
I
at
only
the time.
did general admission once. That was for Cinderella and the Cult.
Ooh, Cinder.
Nice.
And I only lasted like a half an hour.
Cinderella?
I'm like, this is too. I was like a fucking sardine. I'm like, no, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I can't do this.
Oh
I
man,
couldn't do that
that's
either.
my jam back in the
No.
day. I remember the only time that I can remember ever actually in my life passing out, like ever in my life, just bam. Aside from like non-drinking, was I fought all the way to the front of actually Rob Zombie at what was it? Ozfest one year. He was in the general admission pit. I don't remember it was Rob Zombie. In the bottom why I finally got to the front and I got heat exhaustion. And I remember like trying to stumble my way backwards through the crowd instead of being an idiot and just going over the rail. And like I don't remember anything. And I woke up in like the medical tent and my wallet was gone. And I was like, and she's like, "Oh, you got heat exhaustion." And I was like, "Oh." And but I ended up getting a big free water out of it. So there's a little life hack for you. If you pretend to get heat exhaustion, you get free water at a concert. Oh my God, there's a YouTube short. Thank you. That's an unethical YouTube short right there, life hack. But yeah, but luckily the good news was actually somebody nicely just stole my money and then returned everything else to the lost and found. So that big ups to them.
That's
You know.
nice of them.
And honestly, that's a finder's fee. I'm all about that. The general admission, man, I loved it back in the day and the thing was, it was so easy to get heat exhaustion because you can't give up your spot in general admission. So what the hell are you going to do, especially if you're rolling solo? And if once you get up there, you don't want to go back. Yeah, you can send somebody to get the drinks. You don't want to be the person to go get the drinks because you got to fight your way forward. And you feel like a total asshole because nobody wants to give you an inch because you got assholes like me whipping you with hair trying to take your space. I mean, it's, oh man, general admission. Whoo, gets my blood pumping. Whoo. Yeah, I'm thinking about going to the Louder Than Life festival that just like announced their tour or their date. It's a 4-day show, but my buddy, one of my best friends who just moved down to Kentucky, he's the guy who comes to Gen Con with me. We're talking about doing it, but the lineup, did anybody see the lineup? It's amazing. You want to hear it?
Do it.
Okay, I'm
Do
pulling
it,
it up
do
right
it.
now. Like it
Do it.
blew my effing mind. Come on, I don't want to sign up. God dang it, I gotta sign up for the website. Yeah, I want to sign up because my wife. I talked to my wife and she was like, "Let me know the dates." And I was like, "What?"
Can't wait to get rid of you.
So Thursday, Slipknot, Offspring, Seether, Bad Flower, Five Finger Death Punch, Hailstorm, Highly Suspect, Starset, Sum 41, Marky Ramone, Seance and Pup, Drugs, Velma Man. So, and there was a bunch of other bands. I'm just reading the ones. Wait, Orgy? Jesus, why didn't they make Orgy big too? CKY? Oh my God. Okay, I need to read these. Fit for a King, Point North. Oh man. Okay. I'm even more excited after reading the small ones. Okay, so Day Friday, Slayer, who broke up and now they're back. Till Lindemann. I don't know who that is. Till Lindemann.
It's not doing it. Damn it. It was doing these like laser shows and I did that.
Are you on the map?
Anthrax. Nothing more. Blackstone Cherry. Non-point.
Do the heart.
Evanescence. In This Moment. Clutch. Fozzy. I'm gonna see Jericho. From Ashes
Clutch.
to Alien. Clutch is great.
Clutch is one of the best bands. I like Clutch and like Chevelle are like two of like my all-time.
I got a picture of me creeping out one of the guys from Chevelle. We got a VIP pass. Me and my buddy Eric. I'm thinking about going to this concert.
Scott, you're taking off.
Yeah, I gotta
Later,
go.
Scott.
See you guys later. Have a good one.
See you guys.
See everybody.
All right. Alien Ant Farm. Tom Morello, Grandson, Power Man 5000, Edema. I can't even read this one. What? No, I didn't see that. Fugitive.
No, Power Man 5000,
Whoa.
EM5K.
Lit's gonna be there. I fucking love Lit. Oh my God.
And their one song.
Hey, I like 2 to 3 of their songs on my Spotify. Then Saturday, freaking Crew, Motley Crue, who I've seen like 7 times. I'm a huge Crew head. Falling in Reverse, Dropkick Murphy, Seven Dust, Filter, who's great live too. Dead Poet Society, Disturbed, Chevelle, Skillet, Sleeping with Sirens, POD,
Skillet.
Mastodon, LS Dunas, Tantric's great. Body Count, 3-6 Mafia. Okay. Health.
Body Count's gonna be there with Ice-T.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Body Count. I didn't know that was Ice-T, but that's cool.
You know that's his metal band.
Oh, well, that sounds awesome.
I saw them at I was at a Lollapalooza, either I think it was the first year, and they were like the fourth band. And I remember he came out and he did like a few rap songs for about maybe 20-25 minutes, including Fuck the Police. And then he kind of stopped and he started talking about how he was like, and he started saying, it's like he started talking about like where rock and roll came from, and it came from jazz and its roots and with African Americans and everything like that. And then like while they're doing that, they started dropping these banners down that had all these like skulls and like just classic metal symbols. And he's like, and that's why he said I went out and I found like the heaviest motherfuckers I know that typically, and he said, and that's what we created, and then the banner came down and it was like Body Count, and just immediately went into a riff, and he's on with the body count, crowd, just dust flying, people punching each other. The Body Count was, I mean, the whole concert was good, but man, the Body Count was for real, man. They were just
okay. I didn't even know. Now I'm excited.
You see, you never, go listen to Body Count's album. I think they have 2 or 3, and they were good freaking albums.
I'm planning on making a Spotify list of all these bands and then going through it, and like, because a lot of them I love, but some of them I don't know. So closing it out Sunday, Korn, Breaking Benjamin, Gojira, Spirit Box, Judas Priest, Stained, Architects. I can't read their logo. Saliva, Drowning Pool, Taproot, Trapped, they're turds. Biohazard, New Year's Day, Sponge, Red. Yeah, like it's a heavy hitter show. Like as a rock fan, like I'm like, oh my god, this might be like this is one where it's like yeah, it's a wet dream. It's amazing. Like there's so many bands here that I'll probably never ever see them again that take me back to my youth, take me back to like my early 20s, take me through, and then so many other that are like on my bucket list, like, oh yeah, I've always wanted to see the Offspring. Like that's like a huge one for me. Yeah. So think about that one. I think I just talked myself into it. September 26th through 29th in Louisville, Kentucky. That's a lot to ask. Oh man, that's right after Gen Con. That's the month after Gen Con. Wait, that's our anniversary, September 20th. Oh God. All right.
Think that's negative.
Does she want to go? No.
No.
I think that's a big ass. Like that's a show of like that's work. That's a lot of music. That's a lot of walking. That's a lot of outside. That's a lot of tired. That's a lot of sun. Because those are one day. Oh, yeah, man. I'm getting old, but man, it sounds so hot. Anything news on that pilot, Evan?
Oh, one I did a long time ago. No, it's not like they still have a few pickup shots to do and then editing and but I'm doing 3 projects in March. That'll be fun.
Oh, do tell.
So just like little, little bit parts in a movie and another TV pilot and another little thing.
Nice.
Little short film. Yeah, no big deal. Nothing you'll ever see.
I see everything.
I see all. I see all. But it's fun. I like that stuff. It's a good time.
So you want to talk that little bit of wrestling there? You mentioned a little bit earlier. Things get juicy.
I mean,
Things
so
get
everybody can
juicy.
tune out. So the big thing with that is that so this is how I would have booked it. What I would have done, but now they're just doing Rock as full heel, but
It's nice seeing full rock heel back though. You got to admit
it's which makes sense because he doesn't have to stay around though. So what they should have done though, in my opinion, is you string out who Cody's gonna pick to face. You string it out, you string it out, you string it out. You tell him he's still like considering. You make him sound like he's gonna go after Seth Rollins. Then you have The Rock say, do a bit where he says, Roman, I'm not going to challenge you for your championship. I've won too many championships. I don't care about the championship. I'm going to challenge you to be the head of the bloodline. You know, like basically to be in charge of the bloodline. And so since WrestleMania is always a 2-day event, right? So it's just like, you know, and then like we can, you know, and then he gets them to, and then like you bring in Rikishi Fatu and you bring in like all the elder statesmen. And
Isn't
they
Rikishi
say,
dead?
no, he's still alive.
I thought Rikishi died.
No, I don't think he's still alive. He was just on like as like, you know, his parents are Jimmy. He's Jimmy and Jay's dad. You knew that, right?
I did not. Wow. Oh, good. He's not dead. I'm glad that I thought I was wrong.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah. So you basically have a thing where they force Roman's hand and he has to wrestle for like control of the bloodline. And then they have a thing where they come out and they say, we're going to sign the contract. And then you sign the contract that makes that Rock and Roman Saturday night main event, WrestleMania, Rock and Roman for the bloodline. And as soon as it's done and he signs it and they both sign it and the match is sold, Cody's music hits and he comes out and he says, I had to wait until you signed that contract. He's like, I'm seeing you for the championship Sunday night. And you make Roman wrestle both nights, and that's how you take away everything from him. He loses the bloodline to Rock, and then he loses the belt to Cody the second night. And Roman loses everything. That's how I would have done it, right?
I don't foresee that happening. I foresee
no. I mean, unless
the bloodline's going to get bigger, because literally the Rock's daughter has taken a bigger role in NXT. She's now the general manager of NXT. The Rock's daughter is the general manager of NXT. That's going to come into play. I have a feeling she's joining the bloodline.
Well, maybe, but I mean, the whole thing is that he has to lose. I mean, Roman has to lose the belt, right, to Cody.
No, I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I think they'd love to wash Hulk Hogan out of there too. I
think that'll get clear. Isn't Hogan's like it's done before WrestleMania, isn't it?
Is it?
I don't know. I think at this point you have to. I mean, you have to have Cody finish the story. You have to finish the story.
I'd love to see Cody not finish the story.
Because then you have Cody, and then you can have him being chased by the bloodline, right? You can have him, or you have Roman feud with The Rock for control of the bloodline,
and you can have the CM Punk inevitable bit when he gets back. I mean, okay. I
was thinking the other day, and this is kind of ridiculous, but you know what I was thinking the other day is like, well, I think that Drew McIntyre is just such a good heel, and I love him.
I think he's so much better. Yes. Now I never liked him. I like his wrestling, but I never liked him face at all.
Oh, I think he's got the Claymore is just.
I love the move, but yeah, I think he's just so bland.
But here's the deal. I said this 3-4 years ago. I said you take Drew McIntyre and listen, and you need two other guys that are just freaking rock hard and huge, and you make a stable with them. And I don't know what you'd call them. You have to call them something that's just like, not lone wolves because there's 3 of them, right? But just guys like kind of like
Williams in NXT would be a good one. You look at him; he's jacked. He looks like a god.
Here's the deal. Like, it's like you repackage Baron Corbin to actually be a badass again.
He's coming back. He's coming back up with Braun Breaker. They just won the tag titles. I think they're coming up.
And then the other thing is, you're gonna laugh, but you keep him off the mic and you just let him because the guy is fucking jacked and huge. You have Jinder Mahal be the third one, and they never say anything, and all they do is just show up and beat the shit out of people and then leave.
Everybody loves that. There's just random people getting the hell beat out of them. That always delights the crowd. I don't know why. I guess you don't want to go to the well too often, but groups that do that, it's just.
I mean, that's what the Shield did. That's what the NWO did back in the day.
The cheerleading squad, that was big for a while. I mean,
remember the NWO would just show up in the middle of matches and just
That was
beat
amazing.
the hell out of two guys, and then just say, "We run this." Then the security would come out, and they just run out through the crowd and.
I want to see some serious heel shit, and I want to see them like seriously. Somebody get the guts to do this. Come out and interrupt a woman's match and beat them. Like intergender, is that too far?
They'll never do intergender matches again.
Well, no, it's not a match. They're just coming out there to like I don't even know, assert their dominance. Like they come out there and beat up men. Why would it be any different than beating up women? Because once again, wrestling laws, wrestling rules of society, not actual rules of society, obviously, but. Is that different? Is that too heel? Is that too far? That feels like a Vince Russo angle there.
God, maybe.
Vince Russo.
I don't know. Vince Russo.
What would that get heat? What would people think? Like what would the crowd do if there's just a random mid-card woman's match happening and a faction comes out and just beats the snot out of them? And it's like if what if Judgment Day came out? And everybody was doing, not just Rhea Ripley, but like Finn Balor was like, coup de grace. Like, is that like what are people thinking? What's the crowd thinking? I'm just curious. I'm picking your brain. What do you think the reaction to that would be? Like the honest reaction from the crowd if that happened.
If the Judgment Day came out?
If the Judgment Day came out randomly, they just started beating people up. Like they beat like random people up one week, like Kane used to do. Just come out and kick the crap out of people. Then the next week they come out during a women's match and do it. Like. What's the crowd thinking? What do you think would happen? What do you think the reaction would be? That's my question.
I don't know what the reaction would be, honestly. I mean,
that'd be so crazy.
But I mean, the random run-in is so I don't know. I mean, who's going to win an elimination chamber? I mean, it's almost like a who cares moment right now.
Whoa. I've still got my LA Knight rocket strap on me, and I think LA Knight versus Seth Rollins.
LA Knight's not going to win anything. He had his I don't know why they just abandoned him, but they've just abandoned him.
CM Punk came back. I mean,
I've never been a fan of him anyway, so
I loved him. Loved him in NXT, I love him in Raw. Oh, I got a wrestling YouTube channel for you. I don't know if I recommend it to it. Ring of the Hawk. You ever watched him?
No.
Check him out. He's hilarious. He goes deep. It's just fun to put one on the background. Like you can see, like what was LA Knight's run like in TNA? What was what was what was CM Punk's this thing like? Then he goes through every single match of someone and gives you like a brief synopsis of the match, and he's super funny, British humor. Ring of the Hawk. It's really good. He's highly recommend. And he's got tons of them too. So if you dig it, it's like you're swimming in tons of videos. And he's growing.
Bigger?
He is a lot bigger. He's good. He's good. He's consistent. He's very consistent. Like I've never been like one of this like this. It's very consistent.
Interesting.
Good playing the crowd.
Evan, you play any cool games lately?
Mostly just prototypes. I mean, which I think are cool, but most people want to wait till they're ready.
Peeing in your pants is cool.
You and Josh have been play testing some expansion stuff. I see.
Yes, we have.
In the old thing.
I know. Yeah, you dropped in on us the other day.
Yeah, well, that was like months ago.
Well,
yeah. Weirdo.
Yeah, it's just waiting to slot into the next step.
Oh, so it's ready now.
I think it's ready for. He said it was getting close to going into wider playtesting.
Wider.
Hey Kabuki, this is just killing. Kabuki is the only person who knows obscure metal bands like I do. Do you remember a band called Nothing Face? That's a really really obscure metal band that I saw them play at a Fargo venue, and I was like, wow, they're really cool. And then with they also had Ultra Spank was another one of the bands that
Ultra
which was
Spank.
also like a really good band. And I remember getting both of their albums and thinking they were cool. But all right, there you go. See, I know I got weird bands. Yeah. Yeah, no, because these band names are coming up on my as I'm going through like the things, and it's just kind of like, oh, I remember that band.
That seems like a wormhole that could take hours.
Total wormhole.
I'm not touching that until I got time.
Mhm.
So I was trying to avoid that Chat GPT earlier because once I get on that thing, man, I that scares me honestly. Like kids getting addicted to Chat GPT. As an adult, I see like how much enjoyment you can get out of it, how you can, make games and like do exactly it's scary. Scary, scary, scary.
It's here to stay.
People are not, talking to people as much as it is, and I'm in that group, and I worry. Like though, if kids are addicted to phones the way they are now, what about when all the phones have AI in them? What if that's like, what about in 5 years when that's like of what your phone doesn't have AI in it? You just gotta like what? Because I mean, it's coming. It's here. It's coming. See all the commercials for it. It's only going to get more advanced, and they're racing to make it more advanced. So their phone could be the phone that's like, oh, the AI blows your mind and makes it so you got to buy our phone. So there's billions of dollars being pushed towards it. I worry about stuff like that. Like my daughter, she's going to be that generation where that's her phone. Like 11 years from now, her phone, when she, like, it's going to be like, how are you not going to want to be on your phone in 11 years? Anybody ever
My
worry
kid-
about stuff like that?
I don't know. My kids drive me absolutely crazy how like just fucking glued to their phones there are. I mean, and it's just like, and I realize that I use my phone for a lot of stuff, but I mean, like there's hours in the day where I'll throw my phone on a table, and I'm like, I don't look at it, and then my wife is like freaking out because she's texted me like 5 or 6 times. I'm not responding, and I'm just kind of like, what? I was like, why don't you like, I don't know, come downstairs? Like see where she's like, why aren't you looking at your phone? And I was like, because I don't look at my phone. And it's just kind of like, I mean it's I get it. I get it, being annoyed. I get, being frustrated or whatever, but yeah, I don't know what it is. And I mean, I just like my son gets up, he, makes his breakfast that he's gonna eat, and then he's immediately on his phone. And I'm just like, dude, put your phone away just for like, but I mean, and then I sit there and I say to myself, okay, am I ridiculous to say that like that like I'm trying to get them to not be on their phones constantly? I mean, but then that's how he connects with his friends, and there's all these things or whatever that like I I I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, am I just old and I'm just
Yes.
like,
Yes.
or is it like really like they shouldn't, or is that just them? Is that just, I mean, I'm sure there was stuff like I can remember years ago, years and years and years ago, me being like 9 or 10 years old, and I was at a grocery store with my mom and my stepfather, and then like as would happen in that era when arcades were huge, you would just have like people would just have arcade machines everywhere. I mean, they were ubiquitous. They would be everywhere and anywhere. And I remember when they were at a grocery store and they couldn't find me because I saw they had arcade games there and people were playing them, and I was just watching people play the games. And I remember my stepdad saying, "Now even this place has arcade games." So I mean, it's kind of like the same thing where it's like, I mean, that was the thing that annoyed You know, why was that like that was like what I liked, you know, and so it was annoying to my parents that it was like something that I was like all about, you know. So maybe
I
it's the
think this is
phones,
different though.
you know.
It this it's been you know 10, 15 year social experiment is basically what social media is. I mean, this has affected people in ways that they did not understand or predict back when it was built. You know, it's arcade games, that's different in my opinion. It's that didn't change the way people think like this does. It doesn't make sheep out of people like social media does. Yeah. And AI on top of that is scary to me, quite frankly. You know, because
I mean,
like for
maybe, but I mean, it's also
Absolutely.
just the way the world is. I mean,
Nothing you can do about it. But yeah, I get it. It is scary, man. It's super scary. The ramifications of it,
yeah,
like
it's I see it. I went to a funeral. My uncle died, and we were standing there, and as you know, the Marine Corps was playing the taps. The kids were on their fucking phones. I mean, it's like it's different. Yeah, than the arcade showed up or TV for that matter. You know, or this is how people are getting their knowledge now, and that's scary in itself. You know, people don't read books that took years to make and shit like that. You know, but
times are changing.
yeah, it's I'm going through that. My niece, she's 4, 5, 4, and she's already on the iPad and shit. Yeah, it's
Yeah, we're the hippie parents. My kid doesn't have screen time yet. I'm sure it'll happen soon enough, but
she needs this for school. It's not for home.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's not even it's preschool. Uh, I don't
At
even know what it would be
4,
then.
yeah, our kid's going.
4 or 5. I can't remember exactly. I think she's 4 going on 5.
Yeah.
She was born at a rough time for me. Yeah, memory's a little vague on that there. A few years, but yeah, like it's this is different. The technology is different. You know, I mean,
Yep.
we've it, even the A bomb. We made it, and then we dealt with the ramifications of it afterwards. You know, it's we're stuck with it now. We're just going to have to live with it. You know.
It's a constant,
Yeah.
like just over your head. I got a grievance.
Ooh, all right.
Forgot. Generally try to be pretty happy go lucky. I called for a handyman. I filled out a form online to have a local handyman come. Actually, yeah, I got a double fucking grievance that both connect. So, about a month and a half ago, I had a handyman who's supposed to come and take a look at some stuff. Like, we got a leak from a ceiling fan, like an exhaust fan, in my bathroom, my lower, yeah, and replace some doorknobs and do some stuff. It's not in my technical know how to replace a chandelier, minor stuff. And he was supposed to come one day, didn't come, didn't called me back like 3 days later. He's like, "Oh, sorry, I was sick." And he's like, we rescheduled. I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, I just want to get it done. I want this task done because if I get it done, it's just boom. Everything's better. Life is better. Like the house is better. Everything's better." And he ghosts me again. He doesn't show up again on the second time. I'm like, what the? I was like, okay. So I was frustrated, and then I lapsed a little bit. And a couple weeks later, which is now, I had another guy supposed to come. Ace Hardware, local, 10 to 12 o'clock. That was the window. Nothing. Nothing. No email, no call, no text, nothing. I'm like, what? God, it's so damn hard to find a handyman. I'm like, what the hell? Like, nothing at all. I could buy my phone. I was so annoyed. That's my grievance. 0 for 3 on handymans. Actually, I do take that back. I want to give it. I'll be honest. I'm 1 for 3 with handymans because actually one of them was a big win. They came they gave us an estimate, and then they left their tape measurer, and they never came back again for an tape measure. So 1 for 3 on the handyman.
You
got a
got a
free tape measure?
$5 tip measure.
It is a damn nice tape measure. It is just leaps and bounds better than any tape measure I've had in my life.
So you were angry.
You're right.
I was so annoyed because I want it to be done. We have the money in the account. And I just want it to be fixed. I want to do the adult thing where it's like, hey, I throw money at it, the problem goes away, because that's one of those things that I've never been able to really do that much in my life. And it's like I have this now, and it's like it can't. Like, we still can't get it done, and it's annoying to me. Very annoying. Because I'm calling. Why can't I
Is it
give you my
just
money?
Is it the
A lot of stuff
area
like
or?
that.
I don't know. I don't think they ghosted me, Barry. I got nothing.
I haven't
Got
been
your
able to
John
find
letter?
a CPA
Maybe the
that wants to do
tape
my
measure
taxes.
guy blacklisted me, I think.
Son of a bitch.
What would you say, Evan?
I haven't been able to find a CPA who wants to do my taxes. I might just have to do it myself and try not to mess it up.
Really?
That's surprising. Wow. I figured they'd be
No,
like,
nobody wants my money, man. I don't know why.
that's weird.
Well, I do know why. It's because I have too many dang businesses.
You're a
it's
pain
work.
in the ass.
It's a
You're
lot
one
of
them
okay.
ones,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm like, just charge me extra. And, like I don't understand the problem. Finding people that want to, get paid to do work sometimes can be tough.
Yeah, can be. I wonder why that is.
I mean, it's a weird time,
I sorry. Looking for a coin-operated game machine distributor. This is an email I just got. Dear components,
That's you.
wish you a nice day and everything goes well. Today is 11th day of the first lunar month of our Chinese New Year holiday. Today
Yes.
is also the first day that our company came back to work. With our traditions in China, our company would be prepared would prepare the big red envelope, lucky money, to welcome us back to office with lots of snacks and foods. Please refer to the attachment for the picture of us.
Share your screen.
No,
Money.
My boss got a crab.
It's with the
My boss got
regret.
a crab.
With the regret in the past 2023, without cooperations with you, we had communication of our game products in the past several months. I really hope in the new year of 2024 we would have the chance to build up business with you. Looking forward to your kind reply and cooperations. I am always around you. Best regards.
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice that he's always around you.
yeah.
I can't see why we would ever need an ultra boxing coin operated, or I don't know how. Why are you emailing me? I just delete.
This is kind of
Chinese
get
New
that a
Year's
little
over. They
bit
gotta
with,
make their quota.
So we have a huge list of like stock emails that we send out for like various different questions, like scheduling meetings and stuff at my work with Hero Time. And it definitely, I can see the Asian flavor in them, like just the way they talk. And I have to fix them because it's just, I'm like, I don't want to say, like, what? No, I'm not saying this. I'm not like, it's so like, I don't know, just everyone's so incredibly positive about everyone's game to the point where it almost feels insincere. It's like, this project is going to be absolutely amazing. This Kickstarter, like, it's like, yeah, guys, you laid it on so thick, and I just don't do it at all. Like, I'm just so blunt about it, and it's like, I don't know. Lance, what's your like? Who do you guys manufacture through? Like, what's the haps on the craps? I'm just curious what it's like working with different
Haps on the what?
the haps on the craps. Shake them up, shake them up, shake them up, shake them. Throw them into a circle of.
I don't talk to weirdos.
No, like, what's it like working with a manufacturer? Other ones, because I don't have. I did it once, but I don't remember. Like, what's the process?
Well, there's a couple we got really good relationships with. And as long as they just, I mean, we just stay happy with them. I mean, like they continue, and since you have good relationships, it's like, when they know that whenever we do a reprint of a game, they're the ones that make it. So if there's a mistake, they will work with you to, um, like make it right. They'll be more inclined to do so because they want to keep collecting money from your reprints and stuff like that. So, I mean, that's why it's tough. I mean, like when we go to a convention, I get 20 manufacturers that come to the booth and hand me a card, hand me samples, hand me a bunch of crap that like I'm just gonna throw away. I mean, because you basically you have to, in order for us to switch to somebody else, you have to just basically destroy the other people on price and quality before you make the switch. That's just the way it is. Once you get in bed with somebody, you're in bed with them, which is why you doing the stuff you do, like getting people when they make their first Kickstarter and stuff like that. You stay in bed with them.
How come I'm doing that right now? I'm
Yeah.
crushing it. Somebody just hit us up 3 hours ago with a generic MOQ, and I'm giving them their email and their quote before I go to bed tonight. And it's going to be so robust, and they're going to get such damn good customer service. You want me to read you a passage from my email? Would you like to hear it? You see it like a glimpse into my work? The way we cut cards, you can have an extra 7 cards for no cost. These could be great as player reference cards if you don't have them, rule cards to get ready your rule booklet, stretch goal content, a legacy card, or any number of things. I always recommend utilizing them. Whoa! Thanks, Mr. Guy at this factory. Yeah, I'm crushing it right now. I'm feeling good. This email feels good. Some of them feel not so good. This one feels good.
Well, I suppose it's 1. Time for sleepy time. I'm sad that leap year doesn't actually happen on Wednesday next week, but we'll be back on the 28th. If you want to come and join us this weekend for the Gathering of Vikings, Friday through Sunday, let me know you're coming to town, and I'll take care of you. But I don't know. Do the 1 second movie thing today. Curious how long you take to get it. I don't. What the hell? This?
What was it, a game?
Watch a 1 second version of the entire movie. Guess the title or hit skip if you don't know it. If incorrect, you'll get a longer and slower version of it. What is this? All right, here we go. 3, 2. Oh, it's the thing. Dumb. Done. Easy. That was too easy. There. She must. Kabuki knew I'd get it. So. All right. All right, everybody. Get some sleep. Be good to yourselves.